Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for our finale of RPGs Uncovered Season 1. We're running a little bit late because time is broken this week. I don't know if you noticed it, but time's not working right this week, so if things get a little wibbly-wobbly today, I don't know, blame the Mad Hatter. So, we have a pretty cool show planned for today. We will not be continuing our demo play series because, unfortunately, that's over. We finished that last week. It was an absolutely amazing 4-part miniseries, which really did a great job, in my humble opinion, of teaching the game alongside a really fun story. And I think we covered most of the game. The only thing we didn't really delve too far into was character advancement, because it was only 4 episodes long. We really didn't get to level ups and stuff like that, but we'll talk a little bit more about that today. So the plan for today, for anybody just joining us, is to really do a deep dive analysis of this game. But not just that, of it's gonna be one half season after show, one half analysis of the game, and one half exploration and discussion of how this first season went and what we'd like to do differently going forward and whatnot. Yes, 3 halves. I know. Like I said, time's not working right, so geometry doesn't have to either. Fractions. Anyway. Yeah.
Nobody likes fractions.
Yeah, that's a lot more fraction.
I can
geometry.
All or nothing.
We can squeeze a lot of halves into this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before we get into any of that, let me talk a little bit about the channel in general, for anybody just stopping by. This is an interesting place to stop by at the end of the season. But I think this has been a fantastic first season of RPGs Uncovered. So I would suggest, if you would like to learn more about how to get into your own game of Veil of the Void, an absolutely amazing science fantasy TTRPG, you can go back and check all of our previous content. We have VODs on here, but I think they only go back like 2, maybe 3 weeks. So go check out YouTube. The link is just down below in our About section. Go check out YouTube. That has not only all of the episodes of The Siren Sun, which were just so good. That's not me complimenting myself. This is me complimenting Trevor for his amazing game and my amazing cast here, who just ran with the story and did some amazing things. So we have the 4-part miniseries demo play series.
So much fun when we were just dicking around.
Yeah. The 4-part demo play series is up there, all 4 of those episodes, as well as the Session 0 and Learning the Game episode on there. That was a really fun episode. We pretty much got through all of the rules you need to play Veil of the Void in about 2 hours or so. Of course, that was with commentary and questions and goofing off and, all the fun stuff you get on stream. So if you want a really fun way to learn the game alongside all of us, that's a great place to check out. But I know not everybody wants to spend 2 hours just hanging out and goofing around while trying to learn a game. So I also created the bite-sized tutorial videos. Those are also up on YouTube, but you can also find them over at our Patreon and Ko-Fi, also linked down below. They are absolutely free for anybody. Just head over, check those out. You can go down and explore the different blog posts and whatnot. We do have content up there that is behind the membership support wall, but it's some fun content, and we hope to grow it as we get more support. So, heading over to Patreon and Ko-Fi, you can find not only the free bite-sized tutorials and printable reference sheets, but you can also find aftershows of the show. I will be posting the character sheets and adversary sheets for the Siren Sun any day now. I expected to get to it this week, but, like I said, time wasn't working right this week, so I might have done it this week. It just will pop up next week or a week ago. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out this flux capacitor. So head over to Ko-Fi and Patreon at some point in time when we get it fixed. Things will be dropping, but most importantly, for the hero tier supporters and above, that's only $10. You get everything else. You would get access to Discord channels, chats with all of us, after shows, character sheets, yada, yada, yada. But you will also get a free copy of this module that we just played through, a module I am currently in the process of making. So if you enjoyed watching The Siren Son, consider playing it yourself with the game we just taught you how to play. And there is so much more to the adventures of The Siren Son than what we saw here, and we'll be discussing and teasing more of that as we go on today, because there was a lot of branching pathways, and you know, with TTRPG games, any sort of collaborative creative process, it's going to be different for everybody, every team that gets involved with it. So be on the lookout for that. It probably, being honest, because it's writing a whole module, it'll probably take me, I'm gonna say 2 weeks. I'd like to shave it back down to 1, but it'll probably take me 2 weeks. I hope to get that up before the next season of RPGs Uncovered, which I am in discussions with a few different people about, so I don't have an announcement for it yet, but stay tuned on our Twitter and Discord for those announcements, because there will be a season 2 of RPGs Uncovered, and it's going to be great, whoever it is. I am in talks with so many amazing creators, so many great games, so many great artists, so many great musicians, yada, 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 and it is support for the channel and for this show that will allow me to pay those creators and whatnot, and that's my main goal here at RPGs Uncovered, not just teaching games and, you know, expanding the TTRPG horizons, but boosting and highlighting and most of all supporting indie creators and small team creators, community artists, musicians, map makers, yada yada. I know so many great people in the TTRPG community and general sphere of influence, and I would love to get all of them on the show. There is so much great artwork out there, so many great map makers and music makers and whatnot. So any support you do give, again, through Ko-Fi, Patreon, or just general tippings, you can even throw some bits in our martini glass down there. All of that's going to go straight back down into the community. Well, shave a little off the top for just improving the quality of the channel. Cameras, assets, buttons, emotes, yada yada. But most of that, like a vast majority of that, is going to art and music and video and crafters and creators and getting guests on the show, and hopefully, if we get big enough, actually paying the cast, because that's a big ethical concern that I would love to get addressed, because these people are,
would be awesome to be paid.
Yeah. I mean, these people are giving up you know, pretty much their whole Saturday to be here and do this, and I would love to also do more shows in the future. So, you know, the more support we get, the more I can throw that around, and I really wanna, you know, make it rain in our community. Anyway, I think that's enough just dribbling on here. Let's get to the actual show. Like I said, this is going to be a little bit of a more unusual show today. Really just an interactive Q&A, you know, talking with all these fine people and just diving into the game. So I invite anybody in chat. I'm gonna try to keep hopping on some Discords and Twitter and whatnot, inviting people in. But if you're in chat, I never want to pressure anybody to chat and interact and whatnot, but Q&As work best with actual Qs, so we can give some A's. So if you have any questions about how Veil of the Void works, or anything that happened during the Siren Son demo play series, you know, just speak up, and we'll address those questions or concerns or whatnot, any of those hard C sounds. Okay, so my plan for today, for this episode, is basically to break it down into 2 halves. We might get some more halves, because again, geometry's not working right either. But break it down into
the fractions, not geometry.
I tend to think
geometry. You can cut triangles in half.
I tend to think physical. That's why I say geometry. When I think halves, I think, okay, you got 2 halves of a sphere. So it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No angles and stuff.
Yeah. I plan on Okay, there it is. Basically breaking this down into the player side of things and then the GM side of things. Because both sides of the screen get something different out of it, though there is, a big overlap in that Venn diagram, but players and GMs get sort of two different views of the game. So I want to address those sort of separately. Like I said, there'll be some bleed over. But I think the vast majority of people who are going to be interested in the game, in playing the game, will be, players of the game. So let's start with the player side of things. Of course, I will say, little asterisk to that, running this game was so freaking amazing. It was so fun. This is a game specifically designed, I mean, Trever has said this before, a game specifically designed for storytellers and to have collaborative fun.
You looked like you were having fun.
It was a blast.
Yeah.
It was a blast. It was so fun to run this game, so fun to create adversaries and the ship and the story and work the mechanics all into everything to see characters grow and whatnot. We'll get to that later.
Perfect. I succeeded.
Yes, you very much did. You very much did. Okay. So, you know what? Before we get to any of that, because I've been yammering on for a bit, let me just actually open this up to Trever here, the creator of Veil of the Void. Just yeah, I'm putting you on the spotlight first. Yeah. Yeah, just tell people about the game from your point of view, because you, just like player and GM, the creator has a very different perspective on, his little baby.
Yeah.
So what does Veil of the Void mean to you? What does it represent to you?
Fun. It's always what people, whenever they ask me. Ultimately, the game is just fun, and that's what I designed it to be. And it actually works, which still always surprises me. That things work when I make them. But Veil of the Void I've decided my favorite thing about it is the community it creates. Because it leads to, well, like meeting you guys, which you're all amazing, and meeting all my Valian community who are all incredible and dive into this game and show off their personalities. I love the fact that it's just a fun game and that it's something that I can enjoy, because I created it selfishly because I wanted something I could enjoy and dive into. And then, of course, a lot of the times the best stuff comes from, wanting something yourself so that you can enjoy it. And so, yeah, Veil of the Void is just fun. It's just something I'm super proud of, and I thoroughly enjoy playing and sharing with other people.
Yeah, well, like we said before, you accomplished all that because it's great. Yeah, again, as a creator, you have a whole bunch of things you have to think about. But what would you say? Could you tell us a little bit about the creative process and the inception of Veil of the Void?
Sure. Yeah, it was completely randomized. I have no clue how it turned out like it did, again. Especially because I can only find so many testers. But the biggest thing was starting with an idea of how I wanted stuff to work. And so, like, I started with 3 classes that only got to level 3, and then a very basic rule set of kind of getting things to work as it thought I wanted it to, and then testing it with 3 people, and all 3 of them gave me advice that completely changed the absolute foundation of the game. So the best part about creating is like getting other people's perspectives and ideas, because they can help create something even better than you can.
That's the whole philosophy behind TTRPGs in my mind. It is a collaborative process from its very inception.
Yep. And so I'm super grateful for, like, my co-author, for instance, who is very outspoken about everything. So I can always trust her to tell me when a rule is stupid and it should be updated. So I was very grateful for all of my playtesters, because it took a lot of coaxing, because they knew it was like my favorite thing and my passion to actually get them to tear it down. But they eventually did and made it better. And so I'm it the creative process is weird. Like, it takes so much effort and so much time, And I think it takes a lot more time than people realize, especially if you want it to be something incredible. And but it's fun at the same time. Like the most important part of creating is to make sure you enjoy what you're creating, because otherwise it's not going to be fun for you. But
I can
it was a
attest to
long
that.
process. Yeah.
Yeah. No, like we've said before, you've accomplished all of that and more with this game. So let's bring this player side for now. As with any sort of live stream show and whatnot, it's gonna be full of commentary and goofing off, I'm sure. But let's just dive into this from the player's side of things. And obviously, Trevor, you said this is one of the few times that you actually have been on the player side of things. So I'm super interested in your opinions on all of this too. But because this was our first time doing this, RPGs Uncovered and exploring a new system, and it's a very different game from what I know, Taylor, Arlene, and even Bravin have played before. We're most used to, I believe, D&D 5e, as most people are, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm doing RPGs Uncovered, to show that there's more really fun games out there, yada yada. But what does anyone have can anyone say any words on their initial thoughts or expectations for getting into this game, because it was so different from what we've previously done?
I think I can, because I remember mentioning even in the chat that, when I first started looking at it, it seemed like, what did I say? Yeah, it seemed daunting at first, just because, it's a whole big book and there's so much to it. And to be fair, it was also because, oh my God, work and school schedule.
Yeah.
Right.
But I won't deny it's like I was part of that. But that, and then looking at the character sheet, and it looked so unfamiliar to what I was used to. But did get a little help from Jack, but once we got in there and started doing it, it's like, oh no, this is actually really easy to do, because it more or less tells you everything that you need to do. And that was great, because like I said, it can look intimidating, just at a glance, but once you actually get in there, it's quite simple. And that's nice.
I tried hard to make sure that the rules were as simple as possible and easy to navigate, while still giving you complexity to make it as complex and deep as you wanted.
Yeah.
I'd say that is the most common thing I hear from people trying to get into a new game, that it's just so daunting and so intimidating. And where do you start when you have a 300-page book and you have a character sheet you're unfamiliar with, and you have keywords and terms that are different from other games? Where do you start? How do you get into that? How do you approach it? And I think a lot of people fall into the pitfall of thinking that you need to read the book from the front page to the end page before you can get in the game. And I don't think that's the case. I absolutely love Veil of the Void, and I definitely have not read it from front page to back page. But the biggest thing I would say, and one of my biggest compliments, which probably doesn't sound as big as I want it to sound, is just the quality of the table of contents. A good table of contents is key to learning a new game. That and a good index, and I think both were accomplished in this book. Yeah.
The table of contents is great to navigate, because having, and I like the way you set up the PDF with the little hyperlinks in there.
And the bookmarks and stuff.
Yeah, also because I've
Yeah.
seen so many PDFs where it's like, all right, now you just got to scroll and find it yourself. And it's like, well, that's terrible.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and I can see
This
why
one,
they did that because that took me 3 hours of layout design to get it so you
yeah,
can click it and go back. But I
but
care
it's so
for people.
useful.
Yeah.
I was like, but it makes it so much more usable as a PDF.
Mhm.
Because that's one reason where it's like I very much have a preference for the physical books because you can put physical
Mhm.
bookmarks in them for something that you're going to reference a lot, and a lot of PDFs a lot of PDFs in general just don't have that integrated into them, and it's super useful. And your table of contents is really good because I could look through it and it's like that's probably where I need to go, and most times it was right. It
Mhm.
usually, if it was
Very
wrong, it's because I
intuitive.
hadn't looked a little further along.
Yeah, there were some which I updated with the actual rule book too, but I got like 2 pages wrong and I was like, oh, man, and I looked over that table of contents like 60 times too.
Mhm.
I was so mad at myself.
Yeah, that sounds right.
There's
That sounds
always going to
pretty
be
standard.
little foibles, things you need to go back and
Yeah.
fix or whatnot, little spelling mistakes, grammar mistakes, page
Yeah.
numbers, yada yada. But
Especially
every
as a solo creator.
yeah. But everybody does that. I mean, even the big players, the amount of
Mhm.
revisions and errata that big games like D&D throughout multiple editions, Pathfinder, Shadowrun, I mean, they all have to do the same thing. So there is nothing wrong, actually, no shame whatsoever in being like, well, this isn't exactly correct, but hey, check
Yeah.
the errata, or hey, check version 3 or whatnot. Um,
Mhm.
but
And
all
I
in
do
all,
say solo creator, but I did have an editor who looked over
mhm,
stuff,
mhm.
which I'm very grateful for.
Editors are super useful.
They are super useful, especially when
Yeah, I
it's your
had a
co-author.
brief period of being an editor.
Mhm.
Yeah, but as was pointed out, the biggest hurdle to getting into a new game, I would say, is just getting past that initial first intimidating hurdle and cracking open that
Yeah.
300-page book and trying to look at it. And that's where I
Can
come
be
in.
overwhelming sometimes.
What was that?
Mhm.
I'll say, yeah, like when you first get like a new, like say like a 300-page PDF or a book, it's just super overwhelming because it's all the information at once. But
Yeah.
knowing where to focus on definitely helps a lot.
Mhm.
And that's where I come in with RPGs
Yes.
Uncovered. Uh,
Yeah, that definitely helps.
yeah.
Yeah, that helps too.
Helped me.
So
Because, like I said, I did actually end up talking with Jack to get through character creation,
Mhm.
and he was super helpful with it.
Yeah.
He does an amazing
Got us
job
done pretty
explaining
quick.
the game.
I just kind of winged it, and then what I was here with the whole like summary of like the rules and stuff, and I was like, oh, so I was going and editing my
Mhm.
character sheet as you were talking. I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, I have to fix this. Okay, I have to
Yeah,
fix
I
this,
was.
and then by the end, I was done.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yep.
I'll admit, first session I was sitting there doing nothing really big. I was buying stuff, I think, during the start of the first session because I just hadn't had time to go finish everything. But the
Mhm.
actual character was built.
Yeah, I think ultimately, like, because I mean, like, Veil of the Void. I've said this before. Veil of the Void was the first major system I've gotten into since I started TTRPGs back
Mhm.
in high school when I learned Dungeons and Dragons. So up until this point, Dungeons and Dragons was the only system I knew.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So I guess
It's
I
very
can't
different.
speak from that much experience. It is very different. Because since I've only learned two of these like big, like major systems, for TTRPGs, but from what I can tell, ultimately, like you can sit down and go like through the book and you can look at videos and learn the basics that way, but really you won't be able to fully understand the game until you start playing. And because of that, from the beginning you're going to make like some
Mhm.
mistakes, and that's
Yeah.
fine. You just roll with it, go with GM rulings and things like that, figure out the way that
Mhm.
things are meant to go later. And with something like Veil to Void, because like the goal of Veil the Void isn't to follow the rules, and I don't think there's many TTRPGs that are.
Yep.
But Veil the Void especially has like that focus of like, this isn't like there's a lot of flexibility,
Mhm.
and there's a
Yeah.
lot that's left out for interpretation, which is nice because like maybe you don't know how something works, and then you go back and you're like, oh well, this is something that I kind of got to decide with myself anyway.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it, that lets you have a lot more fun, because it really, like with D&D, there's always the talk of like the rule of cool, but Veil of the Void really encourages that, because it honestly it almost like forces you to rule of cool, because in a lot of times there's not like a strict like authoritarian interpretation, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a very
of like, this is how this works.
It's a very
If you want to, you
narrative.
can change it, but this is how this works.
Mhm.
As written.
Yeah, I mean, let's consider the way that our last session ended. You cannot tell me that was not amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it was great.
Very narrative
That was-
approach to rules, as opposed to
Oh,
a very
absolutely.
mechanical and very authoritative almost design of rules. Veil of the
Yeah.
Void is much more creative and flexible and versatile, and encourages a combination of rule of cool and GM discretion, which I think is really nice to have GM discretion not only encouraged but baked into the game, because I think that makes it a lot easier for both players and GMs to be like, because there's so many times in other games where people have to stop and be like, okay, what is the exact ruling on this, just to make sure we're all playing by the rules, make sure it's fair. Okay, this page says one thing, this page says another. Let's go on the forums and check Reddit and see what everybody's talking about. No, in Veil of the Void, GM discretion is baked right in. You don't need to worry about that. There's rules for pretty much everything you want to do, but those rules are flexible, which I think is super helpful as a GM, because there were a lot of things that came up in the Siren Sun series that I just had to roll with, and I think Veil of the Void, and we'll get into this later on the GM side of the discussion, includes a lot of the tools you need to make that happen, with all the different, this is how you make things, this is how you make adversaries, this is how you make ships, this is how you design an encounter, this is how you make items, this is how you make a new class and species, and yada yada yada. It's all built in. So not only does the rules encourage manipulation and bending of the rules, it's like that Matrix quote: some rules are meant to be broken, others can be bent, yada yada. I'm channeling my George Costanza
so
tonight.
you even have some cases for specifically optional rules.
Yep.
Because I remember we did come up on that with flanking. And that was fine. I didn't know how it worked at all, so I wasn't upset when it was determined that it's like, oh no, that's nothing. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
It was more for a clarification thing, really.
Yeah.
Well, no, like I said, I wasn't upset, but it was one of those where I'm just saying, it's like he even specifically has listed cases for optional rules.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't dive too much into
Like
the
that
optional
number for
rules
preferences.
Yeah.
because they're optional. But there's a lot of great stuff at the end of the book.
It's nice that it got mentioned. It's like, oh no, there are some specific optional cases.
Yep.
So it means they're already written out. It's just you don't have to apply them.
Yeah, and going back to like the rules itself, like I tried very hard, and this is what I always refer to Veil of the Void as making controlled chaos, because I wanted the rules to be very free for players and very chaotic, and let them create stuff. But I don't like systems that also like give total freedom but don't give GMs ways to control that freedom. So Veil of the Void, I tried very hard to make it a beautiful chaotic symphony where players can be as inventive and insane as they want, while GMs can still go, okay, well, I can control this insanity, at least some.
Chaos and insanity always make things more fun.
Yeah, they do. And I wanted to make sure that there were rules to encourage that, but also rules to help balance it out, because Veil of the Void is beautifully broken because the rules are, players can do some insane stuff, but then at the same time, your adversaries come in and you're like, oh, that's terrifying. There's always ways to counter something in this game.
You gotta balance that chaos with order spells,
Exactly, yeah. Chaos and order. Yeah.
So you no, terrible. No. Honestly, your description reminded me of the landfill orchestra. That's literally an orchestra made out of constructed instruments of trash.
Yeah. So especially for, well, everybody but Trevor, how this is a very different game from what we normally play, what I believe you guys normally play, which is Ye Olde Fantasyland. So how was it
Hey,
diving
we've also
into?
run Blades.
Yeah, but that's kind of also Ye Olde Fantasyland. We'll talk. That's a whole different thing.
It's less oldie.
But how does anybody have any words on jumping into a sci-fi sci-fantasy system and how the different creative thinking process that you had to go into to get into a
Definitely had
game
to get in a
different?
different mindset.
What's that?
Definitely had to get into a different mindset, because like space versus fantasy is like two completely different like scenarios, and there's different rules that apply. So I had to figure out how to go about making a character that can fit that versus what can fit in D&D.
Yeah.
Which is kind of difficult because I'm not normally a sci-fi person.
Well, I think I said back at like the first episode, not session 0, but session 1, that science fantasy is like my jam. So I actually found it really easy to get into because it's like, yes, there's technology and a lot of modern stuff that I am fine with, and even future stuff because we're in space. And it's fine because this stuff is fun, and there's also still fantasy elements which I am familiar with, and so that is a lot more easy for me to sort of integrate because it's stuff that I love just coming together.
And that's another thing too, because usually fantasy is like they have like just basic technology, so you know what you're working with. But with sci-fi, there's like so many different levels of technology that I wasn't sure exactly where on the scale to go. But definitely the summary that Jack came up with helped a lot too. Rated it as much as I had to.
But thinking about the differences in getting into a different genre, how would you say the rules helped define that and helped you get into the game?
Well, it gave me a basis on like what we could and couldn't do, obviously. But then after that, once I got into the group of playing the game, I was like, okay, I can stretch this a little bit further, or I can't stretch that any further than what it is. Gave me a good idea of where I could go with it.
Yeah. Well, I think the included lore in the book was really helpful for giving you a foundation of where to start.
There's so much of it.
Because
That too.
It's all so
there
good.
is, but it's really great because, like I said, there's I'm playing a space vampire, but an icy space vampire, and it's like her home world. It's her home world that teleports from one place to another, and it's like, oh, this is really cool.
Oh yeah,
It
one
helps
thing
come up. It helps.
You go ahead. You good.
It helps you come up with a basis of personality for your character as well, because you know their history, and then you can figure out how they would most likely view things. Sorry, yeah, I'm done. You can go ahead.
Super helpful for me is the like having a brief description of like a race or class when you're going in to pick those. Like whenever, because Renier, the character I played, was a mimic, and going in and there was a little narrative piece at the beginning that was basically give a little narrative of what a mimic would look like sort of in a combat scenario and how people would view them and things like that. And then looking at the way that Reapers are and things like that, and I didn't really come up much in play. But one of the reasons I had Renier have a prosthetic arm, or like that sort of that big arm that he had, and why he would always talk about how much how better he would have been with his old arm, and how he would never be in his prime anymore, is because Reapers of Order are really into symmetry, and that was mentioned in the book. And because he had lost his arm, he no longer had that sort of physical symmetry that like Reapers or Reapers of Order value a lot. And so it was really nice because even just like little notes or things like that about races or classes really helped me flesh out things about my character. Which is one of the things, like being able to be on the player's side. It's like I wanted to have a fun, like thoughtful backstory, and Veil of the Void gave me like the information I need to have a basis to make something like that.
Yay. And I tried very hard with the ability names too, to try to give you like a flavor of what they kind of are, while not diving so much into fluff that I bogged down all the ability rules. But I did catch that about Rainier. I was like, oh, that's why I was like assuming that's what you did, but I didn't want to mention it because I was like, oh, my character wouldn't know. But
yeah, because it was like I could have gone like a Reaper from the realm of reflection, since that's mimics things, but I was like, I feel like it's a little bit more fun to mix things up a little bit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and you were mentioning those class stories before, the little narrative before. That's all my co-author. She was like, she's my favorite author, but she wrote all the class stories before, and they're all like interconnected characters too, and they're so good. They show off like in a narrative perspective, kind of like what each character does perfectly. I love it. She did so good.
I'm definitely gonna go through and read more of them because they,
I have to do that.
The class stories are all so good. My favorite being the Necromancer, because it's got a hover cart in it, like an old timey Renaissance hover cart. So good.
Nice.
Yeah, unless you think that we are making up how our enthusiasm about this system. Several of us have bought the book at our own expense.
Yes. Thank you, by the way.
It's good. It's a good book. I wanted it. It's like, look, the artwork is worth buying it on its own.
I will be ordering mine next paycheck for sure.
There it is. Yeah.
No, mine is at the post office.
I know it's getting like a glare on it, but a beautiful book. It's amazing.
I know,
it feels great.
You can tell from here, like the quality
looks great.
looks amazing.
I know, it looks fantastic.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, it's like there's little backstory bits to Bravin's character that's great, and I had some stuff with my character that, again, we didn't get into because it was such a short series, but there was like part of it of why Katie's can transform into an Elan. Which I did tell Jack.
And I'm assuming that was from the expertise. Was that from the alternate experience or alternate?
It's the alternate appearance.
Nice.
Yes, but it's basically because she was sort of working security in, I don't remember exactly what I said, but some sort of setting with a bunch of scientists, and there was an arcane mishap. It was a big old explosion, and basically she and one of the Elan scientists sort of got smashed into one being.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is awesome, for real. It's so fascinating.
That's where her alternate appearance came from. That's where her ageless came from. That's where sort of the strong memory came from. That's why she has fateless, even though that didn't come up. Because she's basically two people, so she can't have one fate.
That's so cool. And
really
that's
cool.
That's why I like the rules, because they let you, like, I give you enough of everything you need to let your imagination go wild, because I don't like just having my stuff set in stone. I like seeing what you guys make, because like just those two that you talked about so far, that's amazing.
Yeah, those are great examples of how the creative process is sort of baked into the rules of the game. There's all of not only do you get those really helpful narrative character stories, but you also have the different histories and names and just various cultural backgrounds that you get for each of the races. You have the same thing for all the different classes, and then as you said, Trevor, the names for many of the abilities and all of the different expertise and whatnot are so evocative and so open to being stretched and manipulated that it really encourages the creation of a backstory. And I think that is something that other games don't include enough. There's a lot of games that are like, okay, here's how you build the mechanics of your character. Here's all the numbers. Here's how to min-max and all of that. But there's very few games that actually not only encourage but sort of walk you through the creation of the character as opposed to the build. So it was really refreshing to see that built into this game, and especially so in a way that was incorporated into the rules itself, as opposed to a wholly separate, okay, here's a flowchart on how to think creatively, which doesn't really make sense to me. Here's a mechanical flowchart on how to be creative. No. So I love that it was just baked into the rules.
Yep, I tried hard to include as much lore as I could to really spark imagination. I like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, even getting into a new genre, it can definitely, as Arlene said, it can be difficult to know where the bounds are for that new genre, because sci-fi can be anything from cyberpunk to super far in the future to only a few decades in the
I was
future,
saying, it can
yada
be
yada.
20 minutes in the future.
Well, I suppose.
No, that's a term. That's not literal. That's just a term.
Sure. But there was a lot built into the rules itself that help facilitate that. And I think one of the big things that we didn't cover was the marketplace section of the book and all the equipment that you can buy, and not just personal equipment, but mechs and vehicles and starships and whatnot, that help define where that technology level is, but doesn't really put a cap on it. That's what I liked most about the creation of starships and vehicles and mechs and whatnot. There was only a few examples of what a ship could be, and a lot of encouragement to make ships that were wholly different. But I can talk about that more when we get into the GM side of things. I mean, we've kind of already talked about this, but how do we feel about the ease of the rules and clear versus unclear? What were some things that resonated with each of you as really easy to pick up and intuitive, both through the book and through any of my own teachings and explanations and tutorial videos, if any of you caught them? And by contrast, what was unclear? I know that was a whole thing. Anyone have words on any of that? Just the ease of learning this game.
I like the way the dice work. Instead of like trying to figure out what number you have to hit to do a certain thing, it's just how many successes you have. I enjoy it. I don't know. I just feel like it's refreshing because it's so different from the way D&D works.
Yeah. Oh, and I like how you can modify die rolls.
Yes, the pips and the auto hit die that you can add on.
Yeah, the pips and even the determination, all that. That is so nice because
the determination. Oh god, that was great.
Yeah. Well, again, because it's one of those where it's like with my previous D&D character Akila, it's like she was technically good at investigation, but I could not roll a decent investigation roll to save my life or the rest of the parties. And so that just got super frustrating. But with this, it's like you have a way better opportunity of succeeding at things you're good at. Because it's like, no, you're good at them. You're maybe not going to succeed every time. Probably not going to succeed every time. In fact, you're definitely not going to succeed every time. But it's like you have a much better chance of succeeding because it's like, no, you're good at these things. So here's some stuff to modify that so that, a single bad roll is not going to ruin you.
But that and the battle charges, I feel like, are on the same level because if I'm a fighter, I should be good at fighting. I shouldn't be missing every single hit, So at least at this point, eventually, after a certain number of misses, I can at least ensure that I will hit something, That made me happy.
And I like that the combat medic does not have to decide between combat or medicine. They can do both.
Yeah.
Because that is one of the things that I know cleric players have issue with. I know that Arlene has had issues with that with Tali. Well, that's not just you.
It's things that's hurting my friends, or do I help my friends that are hurting? Like
I know, but it's nice because the combat medic, because I'll be honest, I just ended up taking combat medic because it's like, well, I suppose we will need somebody who can do medicine stuff. And then I got into building that character and was like, oh no, wait, this is gonna be fun.
Mhm.
Honestly, that's probably why I didn't pick combat medic this time. Like, no, this time I'm gonna hit stuff and not have to worry about anything else. And
It
9
turns
times out I
out you
had
would
to
have
pick
had a
combat.
great time with
Mhm.
combat
Just like
medic.
the one time that I should have picked it.
It's mine. But it was so much fun because it's like I can heal my party, but I can also still do damage.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also, because you can be like a total pacifist in this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
I
I've seen
specifically
that.
designed that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's awesome too. So, you can have somebody who doesn't necessarily want to be all damage all the time.
Take the do no harm oath, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's
And there's those, that are just kind of
I
picked up the skills on their own in a back alley somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't
yeah.
take the oath.
And I like that I like that as I'm progressing through this, there's still choices I can make. It's not just it's like, all right, here's your skills coming up. There is some of that, but there's also with the creeds especially, I got choices still.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Well, we're not really going in order, but screw it. That's a great segue into yeah. That's a great segue into again the versatility of this game, but specifically in character creation and character development. Again, we didn't get too far into actual, level ups and character development and progression and whatnot because it was only a 4-part miniseries that took place over the course of a single day. But one of the things
It was a busy day.
one of the it was an episode of 24 really.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
One of the things I really liked about this game, and it'd be fun to do this, take the Siren Sun further and be able to see this more in practice. But the fact that, as you said, Taylor, the choices you get as your character progresses, and you said there's a little bit of, you see what your skills are coming up and whatnot, not abilities and features, but you're not baked into a class in Veil of the Void.
Yep.
At any level up, you can be like, I don't feel like taking this. I'm going to take this class feature over here. I'm just going to swap that out.
Yeah.
And that is one of my
Yeah.
favorite things in different games.
Well,
The
it's like, and
ability
then-
to mix and match your character and really make it
Yep.
your own outside of the strict confines of you're a fighter or you're a cleric or whatnot, and having to deal with multi-class rules and prerequisites. And if you take this, you don't get that. And if you take this, you don't get your extra attack and yada yada. You can really mix and match your class features.
Yep.
Also, and you're still getting virtues to a lot, and you're still getting more expertise as you level up too. So you're still getting more choices, not just with your class, but with your character.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really nice. Because again, it can feel really limiting sometimes. It's like, okay, this is my character. This is what they are.
Mm-hmm. I'm very big into characters actually being able to progress.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I like the growth that you have, like especially with the skill system.
Yep.
I was about to say that the skill points that you can event like after a certain number of dice rolls.
Yeah, that's like how skill progression works. That is, I mean, the fact that there is actual skill progression is really nice.
Yeah, that's something else we didn't get to cover during this too much. We briefly talked about it during the whole arm wrestling montage.
I love that
Yeah.
moment. That was such a great. Oh, that was so much fun. Just us dicking around and arm wrestling while we're flying towards the sun.
But yeah, in this game, your skills aren't just defined by the points you put in during level up or the proficiency bonus you get as you get higher levels. That's some of that is baked into your character progression, your class progression.
It's a starting point.
It's a starting point. But Veil of the Void bakes in that very logical, very realistic concept that you're actually going to get better at something that you're actively practicing, and that's sort of the idea behind the skill progression system, and that's one of the little bite-sized tutorials that are available on YouTube and Ko-Fi and Patreon and all that. And one of the ones I had the most fun writing and talking about, because it's so wholly different from anything I've seen in other games. I mean, I'm sure others have done something like it, but it was just so refreshing to see a system that encourages branching out in skills and actually rewards you for doing things that you might not be good at but want to get better at. I know in D&D I made this whole big document and spent all kinds of time trying to figure out how to balance players learning new proficiencies and getting bonuses to skill checks and whatnot during downtime, because we ran into so many instances, like Taylor said, of people of characters just not being able to do the things they wanted to do because the way the numbers worked. So it was really refreshing to see that there was a way to advance through failure, advance through practice, and eventually get better at the thing you're practicing at. And I think to throw this over to Trevor's side of things, I've been keeping an eye on your Tuesday game, I think it is. Yeah, with who was it? It was Charlotte who was saying, yeah, she was never intended to be the ship's engineer, but she's been doing it because nobody else could, and now she went from having none or one skill point to actually being a fairly decent engineer just because she had to practice at it, and it was rewarded through the skill progression system.
Yep. And the best part about the like skill thing is that if you're training someone, you can give them points. Like on Tuesday, she was being trained by this like super advanced AI on how to like properly manage ships, and I was like, here, on this one check, you're gonna roll four successful rolls on your chart, which will let you level up to level 3 in your skill instead of only one success. So like training is really fun because you can be like, oh, my character gains 5 successes during this training check and stuff like that.
That's
so
fantastic.
yeah, it's great. It's super fun because like if your character actually trains during downtimes, like, oh yeah, I do this one check, but I get the 5 successful rolls if I succeed it. That way your character shows over like an hour of practice or over a day of practice, they actually learn, and progress through the game.
Yeah, I think that's got to be one of my favorite things about this system is the fact that you have that metric of growth that's not just strictly like, okay, so this is where you're at right now, and you won't show any growth until you level up again. And so it's instead of having like that super staggered, like, okay, you get some new abilities, you might get another skill point or another virtue point, but no, it's like, okay, I'm actually getting better by doing something. And it's also super rewarding as a player to be like, every time I roll, like I get to mark down a roll towards the next skill level. And so it's like, hey, none of us put any points into covert, but maybe we should still try it because if we do it a few times, we'll get a little bit better at it. And so we'll be really terrible in the beginning, but eventually we'll get there.
It also lets you have really unique characters because they'll all grow in different directions.
Yep. I always say this every single time, but after you run a year-long campaign, it's amazing to see the characters of where they started and then to see the end character sheet. So every time I do that, I always take a snapshot of everybody's first character sheet. And then I compare it to the end of the character and I'm like, look at this. We can see where you're with your decisions. Like, you started out as someone that was super covert and tried to hide in the shadows, and then somehow you ended up as the talkative one in the group. We don't know how, but it did happen.
Okay, that's Ander.
True.
He tried, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but that's not only do you see that in the skill progression in this game, but you also see that with proficiencies. And not just, I need a proficiency to swing this sword, or I need a proficiency to use this medkit. You can still use things, but there's negatives if you don't have the proficiencies. And then there's a clear track on how to gain those proficiencies in-game, again, with actual use and practice of those various items and abilities. But beyond that, something else we didn't get to cover all that much in the miniseries was progression towards mastery. So you can be a character at level 1 when you start off the game that has never picked up a sword in their life, and later in the campaign, through actual practice, through narrative practice and how you act within the story, you can become a master swordsman, and none of that is dictated by your character level.
Yep.
You know, and also you know, you can use things you're not proficient with, but with negatives. That's realistic too, because I can still pick up a fucking sword and swing it, whether or not I'm good at using it or not.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, it's like I'm not gonna be great against someone who is skilled at using it, but I can still do it.
I love proficiencies and the skill progression and the fact that you can learn magic as a non-magic character. So like,
yeah, I love that.
Yeah, in game,
so useful.
all you need is one arcanting point, and you can decide to learn magic. So like, when you get that point of arcanting in game, like if you roll enough checks and you want to take magic because you learned it that way, you can learn it, or you can just get better at understanding magic as someone who learns it. So there's like, so even though the rule is all about magic, it's at the same time not going to force you to be someone that uses magic if you get it. It's just someone that is better at magic, or you can go and learn magic on your own. I like how it all works.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's great.
I know, because again, it's like I decided to take some arcanting, and I'm not a magic class.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but it's fun because it's like, sweet, I can still just throw around a few spells.
Just so many ways to define your character different from everybody else's, and that's something else I see in a lot of other games. If you play a fighter, you know, you can have your own different backstory, but a fighter is a fighter is a fighter. You can have different subclasses and whatnot, and I'm not just trying to pick on D&D. You can say the same thing in a lot of other games. Your class is your class, and you do the same thing more or less than any other person with the same class, but not in Veil of the Void. It would be, I think, extremely difficult to create the same character as somebody else purely on happenstance.
And on that point, I had two players that were both Topican and both soldiers, and they turned out so different because there's so many choices for them, you know? Like, even just your species has like between 4 to 7 different paths that they can take that make them unique. And then you know, as you play, like soldier can choose from several different corps that they belong to, and so each one can choose something different, so you can play the same base stuff and totally differentiate your character from another.
Oh yeah.
And that's before we even touch flavor, like how Rainier over here turned everything, and you know, his weapon was a hollow dodgeball, and his
Which was your idea?
Realm of Order was just a bunch of refs going, not today.
It's great.
That was like, I think one of my favorite parts of the game was seeing the refs just appear. That was awesome.
That was fantastic.
So
It made so much sense for your character. It was great.
It's like, but let's remember, Trevor, you were the one who actually suggested the hollow dodgeball.
The hollow dodgeball
didn't I?
originally came from you, yeah.
Yeah, it was, and it was so perfect.
Yeah.
I even told my roommates about that when I was like, you guys will not believe what this dude did with this order spell.
Yeah.
Like, it's so fantastic.
On the fact of Cypress, when you were turning your hammer literally grew from your body. Like like,
and her
jetpack
too.
Jetpack too. You had everything. I love the flavor. I love how this game is like, oh no, anything can be anything as long as it follows the basic rules of how that works.
Man, I was, and with the hollow dodgeball court, like I was so ready to like shape up with this big bad boss up on hollow dodgeball court and be like, all right, I'm taking this guy down now, and then I didn't realize you were gonna have a bunch of AoE stuff. That ending was just so like,
God, that was terrifying.
Everyone saw that coming.
Nope.
Nope. If we had seen it coming, we probably would have done things differently.
Maybe.
I thought it was great.
We might. I was gonna say, it's like we might have. Jack probably not.
Well, and then on that fact of like how everything can interact with one another too in this game, like there's no set rules, but I gave you a definition of how magic works in this universe, and how it's wild and it's all energy sources. And then our DM
Sources.
over here, our DM over here is just like, well, let's run with that and blow everything up and turn it into a realmic like black hole, pretty much.
Mhm.
Explosion.
An
Oh, but it
explosion.
was great. Well, I mean, it's nice
That's
because
great,
there
though.
is so much more interplay between things. It's
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
again, that's something that you don't get in a lot of other systems. It's like, nope, everything is sectioned off nice and neatly, and you can cast a spell that's got fire, and you can cast a spell that's got ice, and nothing will happen. They'll just both go off, and it'll be fine.
Mhm. Yeah, and I love
But why would it
how
work that way?
yeah,
That makes
right?
sense. Like in real life, things would react to each other. So
Yeah,
why
exactly.
Mhm.
not explode? You know.
And I love how the
All of it.
players can like perfectly synergize with one another. Like everybody can work together to create these weird effects to happen, or
Mhm.
like, you know, you can super buff one player that then goes in there and does all this stuff while the rest of you are like running around the area, or you know, we had a play. It was Cypress who was, she was a Topican, so she was more weak to fire. And then we're just like, well, how about we manipulate this spell so she now has resistance to it, so it kind of counterbalances out, So like, there's a ton of different ways to
Nice.
synergize with one another.
Oh yeah.
Which is super nice.
Mhm.
It's nice
People get to
because
support each other.
yeah,
Mhm.
but to me that also feels more real in a way because that's the thing
That's what
people
it
would
is.
actually try to do. It's like, well, how can we make this work with this? And how about we
Mhm.
try shoving this into this?
Mhm.
It's like, because that's the thing people do.
Mhm.
Yep.
And so
Yeah,
it's like,
the
that feels
team.
more real that we would be like, yeah, no, we're going to layer stuff on and figure out how it works. And oh, that went badly. Well, let's try again this way.
Mhm. And I think a big testimony to that is none of us worked together to create characters that knew each other, and yet I felt like our team was like been around for forever, and
Mhm.
we all knew how
Yeah.
to deal with one another's antics.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was great. And that was nice, not going through the, getting to know everybody so
Yeah.
we're slightly on guard with each other. It was like, nope, nope, we're just sure we're work buddies, but we're buddies. We're
Mhm.
used to each other.
Because that's how an elite squad would work in real life. You know, we'd all have each
Yeah.
other's
Mhm.
backs.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there's an overlap there between
Elite.
the narrative preparation side of things, because none of you
Mhm.
designed characters. You each designed characters independently of each other,
Mhm.
as far as mechanics and personality and whatnot. But of course, in session 0 and the little series summary I sent you guys, I did say, hey, you guys are going to be an elite team. And when we got together for session 0, and you can see this during our session 0 video, which is on
Mhm.
YouTube. Once their characters were independently created, we all got together and we discussed how they knew each other. And I think that's something that is often overlooked in session zeros. Bypassing that really awkward, really laborious
Getting to know you phase.
getting to know you
Yeah.
phase. Yeah, I mean, it can make sense at the beginning of a much longer form campaign, but
Mhm.
even
And it kind of
then, it
makes
kind of
sense at
bogs
a
it
level
down.
1 frequently.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But since we
We're
were
level
starting at level
5.
5, it's like, oh my god, why would we just be getting to know each other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been doing this for a while. You know?
But not
Yeah.
only did I try to bake that into the session 0 and get you guys to think about how you've interacted with each other, but it's also once again baked into the rules with just how synergistic and overlapping and teamwork focused each particular class is. And again, how much you can bend rules and reshape how spells work and whatnot. There's a lot of opportunity to set up another player to do something. Outside of just, I'm going to use the assist action, or I'm going to go over here and swing over here, so you get on that square on the other side, and hey, we got flanking. There's a lot of different ways that you can go about synergizing with each other, which really came up. I think we saw a few different really good examples of that in our demo play series.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing I missed is I wanted I wanted Cypress to use her rocket swing and throw them at us so that we would get the reactionary
man.
strikes. That would have been so good.
Yeah.
Would've been
I really wanted to use
amazing.
that rocket swing.
Yeah.
It's just it never seemed to be the right moment to do it.
Yeah.
I was
But
really about to use it, but then of course we ripped a hole in the
Yeah.
so it's like, well, I guess I won't get it.
yeah, as you do.
That was better.
I was gonna get around to it, and then we opened a hole in the fabric of space-time,
Yeah.
Just didn't come up.
Well, that's one way to.
Yeah.
That's one way to do things.
That was like literally my next plan, but then Rainier went right before Cypress, and then just like, nope, that's not everything that happens after this is not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Psych.
I'm complaining about it, it still ended up being really cool. So
Yeah.
What was that?
I mean,
What was that
didn't you get
ability I
knocked
had?
out by the explosion?
Yeah.
yeah, I think we all did. Well, I
Now-
had like 3 HP left, and then the
Yeah, you
rest
have
of them
3
Rainier
HP.
Rainier did, yeah, he did too.
Yeah, Rainier
No,
was the
It-
only
it-
one
it-
who survived, or I should say maintained consciousness that whole
Yeah.
process. But I think that's something we
Hilarious.
Same
discussed.
result in the end.
It was amazing.
Still same result in the end.
Yeah.
Got pulled in.
Yeah. But I think that's something that we talked about in the after show. So if you haven't caught our after shows, head over to Patreon and Ko-Fi and go check those out. But brief insight into that for anybody who did watch the series and didn't see the after show. The characters aren't dead by any means. They were ripped into a realmic singularity and cast amongst the various realms for Trever to pick up in his continuing world in his own games and whatnot. So the player stories aren't over, which is super exciting.
Mhm.
We probably won't get back to it here on RPGs Uncovered, but Trever has said you should follow his Twitch. I linked the link tree in chat a little while ago. I can drop that again. But go follow his series because you might find some of us on there at some point.
Yeah.
Whether it's actually us playing them or references to our characters or whatnot, but yeah, the story continues.
Yep. And I'm super excited
Yeah.
to mess around with it. And on all of this, because I believe Dusk in the chat brought it up, Veil of the Void is something that you can be very tactical in combat with. Like you're not just stuck in one position. Like, Ara in that last scene there, I was jumping all over the place, and then I ran into combat melee range as a mage.
Yeah.
Like, and then Cypress going in there and charging and messing people up by entering into the front lines, and then our medic running around between all the various different areas and kind of taking some fire, and then our everybody's favorite dodgeball player sitting back there and summoning illusions that are completely disrupting combat flow and making it so he doesn't get hit as much. So like it's a very dynamic combat system, which I'm very happy with, because I was always bored in combat with a lot of other systems. So we had a lot of combat in our demo play, and I wasn't bored with a single one of those combats. Like every single one was just fun to see what you guys did, and then to try to play off it with my character, and then see what the next round brings.
Well, I would definitely be interested in hearing from the audience, anyone in chat who might want to speak up, what you guys actually thought about the combat, because what I often see as a streamer is combat is so boring to watch. Oh, we watch the streams or we listen to the podcast, but as soon as combat comes on, I lose focus. I go back to doing my own thing. It's just kind of in the background. So I'd be interested in what you guys thought about the combat and how if and how it maintained narrative appeal throughout the entire stream. So if you guys want to chat about that in chat, I'll keep an eye on it. But as well, I know that's something we've discussed as players almost every week. Just that combat was actually fun. And there's a big, bold, underlined, italicized asterisk actually in that statement, because so many other games we've played, combat can feel like a slog, and it's not in this game. So I know somebody, when we were talking about it in Discord earlier, was like, yeah, I'd really want to bring up combat and how fun and dynamic that was. So I open the floor up to, you guys talking about what you enjoyed from the combat side of things.
I'd also like to add on top of like what Trevor was saying about like seeing all of the cool abilities and how we bring those out and stuff. But that's also true, I think, for the enemies as well.
Yeah.
Because like even from the very first combat, we were up against a couple of maintenance drones and like a security drone that had been like hacked or haywired or something. And so we were in here. First of all, the situation was a little interesting in the beginning because Renier had put himself in a very precarious situation completely by accident. Trying to be cautious by using his illusions and then doing the exact opposite. But then also whenever we realized
That's
that
perfect for the character, though.
whenever we realized that the security drone had an ability that let it potentially call
Oh yeah.
or backup, like that totally changed the dynamic. And I think one of the coolest things you can do in any system when it comes to combat is to introduce a new variable midway through. Because the last thing you want is for it to be predictable. Because if you just have like a straight like, all right, there's enemies on this side of the field, enemies on this side of the field. Usually by the end of the first or second round, you can already tell like how it's gonna end. But if you throw something in the middle, like an enemy that can call more enemies, or like the final boss totally threw me off that first round when I realized he was like completely immune to like the magical effect that I tried to
that
throw
made
on
me
him.
mad. I was like,
When I did paramnesia, and I was like, ah, damn it, like not even a chance. And I was like, well, this is maybe not gonna go how we expected. And then of course that combat got completely thrown haywire anyway because we had some unfortunate mixing of magics. But just stuff like that.
You
I think
say
Veil the Void.
unfortunate.
I think Veil the Void has a lot of opportunities for things like that. Just from like the abilities I've seen some of them having like that sort of immunity to like magical effects, or the ability to call the enemies, or like the ability to like reduce like your armor level. I think was another one that we saw, and like things like that can
That was
really.
scary.
Yeah. So I thought that was very, very cool.
Yeah,
I liked that a lot.
The game builds in a lot of ways to change the flow of combat in combat without necessarily having to spend a lot of time prepping for that. Because I know as a GM for our Dungeons and Dragons game, I tried really hard to make every combat fun and exciting, and most importantly, since being on stream, narratively interesting. And it can be, and again, I'm not just trying to pick on D&D, but a lot of systems,
it's the big one.
It's the big one. Everybody knows. I can reference it a bunch. But in a lot of different systems, you have to really push the system to get those sort of things, because you kind of have to plan it out in pieces. I know designing boss fights and arenas for a D&D game, I had to be like, okay, this is how this mechanic works, and I need to break down the boss to do this, and if I put these guys over here and have them do it every time I designed a boss, or every time I designed an arena for a big boss fight encounter, I was just that numbers gif of that guy freaking out and symbols flying all over the place. But in this game, and I can talk about this more on the GM side of things later, I never felt like I had to front load the preparation that much, because so much of it was built into the rules. So you could do stuff like that because the game actually encouraged it, instead of the game fighting you to be dynamic.
Yeah, and adversaries definitely are fun because, what I love about them is they're so set, because you have their character sheet, the little mini character sheet for adversaries, and they do very specific things. You know exactly how many attacks they get and things like that. But then you get to mess around with their abilities that really flood the system and mess things up. And there's a lot of don't want to be sounding like I'm tooting my own horn, but I really like the adversaries. Like, I tried very hard to make them not boring. Like, there's some adversaries in the game that can literally run you over because they're a living vehicle.
You mentioned them before.
Yep. The chargers, they can just run over players because they
I
have
remember you mentioning that.
their ships, little living ships that run around people.
Well, What if a fighter charged the vehicle in, like, how would that turn out?
So I actually had
Poorly.
that once where a field knight charged someone, but then I had an adversary who, whenever they get charged, they can counter charges. And so they charged into one another, and then they had to do these contested checks to see who could push the other one down. And so he was just pushing back and like activating the rocket jetpack on his back to like push against
Cool.
this mech. And then the mech was trying to activate and like put his metal boots on so that he could get some better grip on them, and they had to re-roll their check 8 times. So there was
God.
just this back and forth of each one trying to push the other one down until the player finally won. And because their contested check was so long, I had that player lift up the mech and throw it
Oh,
across the
man.
field.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was great.
That is so
Oh,
cool.
that's fantastic. I
Mhm.
do actually I like the way that contested checks work with ties.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Um,
Because you get that
I
epic
also-
struggle. There's so many games
You
where
do.
it's just
You.
like,
Yeah.
the defender wins or the attacker wins or yada yada. But in this game, it's built in. You get that back and forth that you have to push through.
unless
Yep.
you have
Adds a
certain
lot of tension,
abilities.
Sure.
Yeah, unless there's some
Yeah.
certain abilities, but it's
But
so
yeah,
much
it's like,
fun
but
to
you
just
also-
watch. Sorry.
Yeah, but you also have the defense and the dodge capabilities, which are
Mhm.
nice. Which is, again, just something really nice to be able to have because it feels like it gives
Mhm.
you a bit more agency.
Mhm. And you struck a really
Ah.
good balance with that because I know in, I believe it's Warhammer in particularly,
Mhm.
combat in that game can get tedious because you
Yeah.
make an attack, you have to roll to succeed your attack, then they get a dodge or whatever, and then you have to roll to succeed that, and you get so many of these different opportunities, but you don't have as many ways to, both on the player side or the GM side, to augment those dice rolls. And it just comes down to, okay, I succeeded my check, but oh, you dodge, and yada, over and over and over again, and nothing happens. But in this game, there's so many different ways for either the player and or the GM to be like, hold on, I'm going to dump inspiration, you re-roll, or I'm going to throw
Yep.
all of my determination, or I'm going to throw all of my pips into this, or pull
I
out
think
some.
one of my favorite things playing this game was me being able to say, "Hold on, I have a thing for that," and then get
Yep.
to look and see what that thing
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of contested checks because it leads to so much of a narrative session.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like you and the player, for instance, like if it's you and as the GM tied with the player, like you can go full hog into how like what's happening, like, and it all happens within a split momentary section of time, but it kind of like does that like whole anime where like every like time kind of slows for a second while these two are just dishing it out with one another, and it's so much fun to see contested checks.
And
But then you can also do things like I have Blade Master.
Yes,
Yeah.
where I win the tie
Yeah.
because I'm super good with blades.
Yep, that was me. I never got to use it, but that was me.
Yep.
But what was I gonna say?
That was
I
literally the last expertise I chose to.
I really enjoyed the narration of everything that happened in combat because I know as a GM on a stream, I'm always trying to be conscious of making combat more interesting. So going back to our own D&D game, I really had to work to narrate how some of your things happened because a lot of times it was just I run up and bonk with my hammer, or I run up and I use this ability, or I cut myself and activate this and whatnot. And
Hi.
you can force the narration on that, but it was so much easier in this game again because all of the abilities were so flavorful and dynamic, and the interactivity with everybody in the party. But what I really liked is how, as we went on in just this 4-part game, you guys actually started describing your own abilities, and I wasn't stuck
Yep.
having to narrate everything, which goes to show that you were actually excited about combat. You were actively thinking about
really
how it
engaged.
looked like. Yeah, you were engaged and actively thinking about what it looked like from a cinematic standpoint instead of just looking at it mechanically and having to have me be like, okay, let me try to make that sound cool for people listening. So I really appreciated that this game instilled that. It built it again, baked into the game that it facilitated describing your actions narratively and cinematically. That was really fun to watch you
Yep.
guys
Yeah,
start doing that.
I wish I had thought in the first episode to describe how I imagined her Katie's drifty connection ability where she can fly, because I actually kind of imagined it as more like her surfing along this connection.
Yeah, that's usually how I
cool.
picture it too. It's super
That's so
cool.
It is. It's just just surfing along on nothing.
Yep.
Nothing.
Mhm.
And well, speaking of that, actually, I had a player who was a human surfer dude, and
Yes.
so he beat people up. He was a human who was like enchanted by a reaper, so he had the reaper weapon. He took the half blood
Oh,
expertise.
nice.
I see.
And he had that surfer board on his back, this like hollow surfer board, and so he would beat people up with it, and then he would like activate drift the connection, and you would see like this wave of like arcane energy that he would like surf on, and he would do like hang tens as he would like kick people in the air.
Oh
and
my
that,
god.
that was
Nice.
such a fun thing, and it was like, oh yeah, it's all flavored. It's all you have to do.
Yeah.
There's a lot you can do with this game.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
was,
like,
I was thinking of my. Sorry.
Oh, you go ahead.
You go ahead. Oh,
Okay.
I was gonna say I was. We just want to talk about things.
Taylor, go.
It's all you. It's all you.
I was like, okay. I was, imagining it sort of, surfing, but also in some ways kind of like skating with the waves moving
Mhm.
through it, like
I
skateboarding.
imagine the way you describe that. I imagine in Tarzan how you'd like do the vine surfing thing.
Yeah, I had that image
that.
too, but again, it's like, not on anything physical, so it's a little
Yeah.
different. But yes, Robin.
Yeah. So what you were saying, Jack, about us, like you could tell that we were having fun because of the way that we were describing our abilities, and absolutely because like nothing drags on more than when you get to someone's turn and then they say, "I cast Firebolt,"
Yeah.
and that's their whole turn.
Mhm.
It's like
Eldritch
that's
Blast.
it. Like,
All right.
like, do you want to have like are you having fun at all or is it like
Yep.
is this just like, oh, it's my turn, time to do the same thing as I always do, because
Mhm.
that's how I see like the extent of the
Mhm.
versatility of my character,
Mhm.
just being like
Mhm.
a generic wizard,
Mhm.
like every other wizard in
Mhm.
every other fantasy setting. But it's like with in order to have fun, you have to have I think in order to make the most of any system, you have to take some liberties with your abilities in the way that your
Mhm.
character takes things
Mhm.
on. And man, did I love the dodgeball theme so much.
It was so fantastic.
It was
so perfect.
Yeah,
It's just
and
I
so
do.
perfect for your character.
I do like how in combat, like with the abilities, there are cooldown times that you don't have to keep
Mhm.
using the same thing over and over and over again. You're kind of like
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
the game won't even
I
let
want to say
you.
forced, but you're encouraged to like try different things, so it keeps it
Mhm.
fresh.
Mhm.
Veil of the
Plus,
Void will not let you be boring. It
Yep.
won't let you be
it will
boring.
not let you be boring.
Well,
And I
but
think that's one of my favorite parts about it is just it forces you to think outside the box while not
Mhm.
limiting you to the point where you can't do anything.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
it's like I like cooldowns instead of like, oh, you can only do this thing so many times per day,
yeah,
because
I was
like
about to mention spell slots.
yeah, oh gosh, that's a whole thing I could go off on because I love the magic
I can
system.
tell
But
by the way you designed the magic system.
yeah, but cooldowns definitely like they don't hinder you, they just make you have to think of other things. And then it also removes that thing of I have too many things to remember, because if it's on cooldown, you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I can forget it for 3 rounds and come back to it later on.
One less thing to
Yeah,
worry
the
about
only
for now.
Yep.
yeah, the only thing that I had to, and eventually I started using one of my other sets of dice to keep track of my cooldowns,
Mhm.
since I don't have your fancy spell cards.
I'm working on getting them back on sale, don't worry.
It's okay. It's okay. I was like, no, it wasn't actually a complaint. It was just one of those, it's like,
Yeah.
doing that so I could keep track of cooldowns.
Yeah, cooldowns are very different because that's not something I've ever seen in in D&D, the only other system I played. But it was that was very different, and I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah,
And
there's
the
not a lot of
spellcasting
cooldown
system.
systems.
Yeah, there's not, which
Mhm.
honestly, thinking about it, it's like, no, cooldown system's great.
Yeah.
I am all about non-Vancian magic.
Yep, me too.
Yeah,
Since
no, I agree. I agree.
since D&D, a lot of fantasy and even non-fantasy genres have based their various abilities on resource management like that, and it really bogs things down and stifles that dynamic creativity of I can't use this because I gotta save my 5th level spell slot for later. There's always that in the back of your mind, I can't use this resource, what if I need it later, that a lot of people have. But non-Vancian magic encourages to actually use your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've used pretty much all of my abilities in this campaign, in this short little mini series, because I had the freedom to do so.
Yep.
Because it wasn't about resource management. It's like, okay, I'm going to do this. It's going to be on cooldown for a little bit, but that's fine.
Yeah, and it'll come back.
Because then I'll use something else.
Yeah, like that was always my thing. It's like, oh, I want to use a spell, but dang, I already used that spell slot. Guess I got to try something else. But this spell would have been really handy right about now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I specifically, and there's a reason people don't diverge from that, because it's hard to balance. Just like a lot of places don't have dedicated healers, because it's hard to balance.
Yeah.
And there's lots of scary ways to do it. I figured it out by just sitting in a shower for like several hours going, this is where I can think really well. It'll eventually come up.
Showers are great thinking places.
Yeah. So I eventually came up and I was like, wait, what about a cooldown? What if you can only be healed the same way 2 times? Or something like that. And then you bring in a dedicated healer who's like, oh, well, I can heal you 3 times the same way because I'm a dedicated healer.
But I can also go stabby.
Yes, exactly. And I quite like, I mean, I made it and I'm biased, but I love the way the system works. Like everything encourages your narrative story play, but also like helps you not be limited by things.
Yeah. It's like there's a solid backbone with the mechanics, but it's not really limiting. It doesn't just leash you to it.
Yeah, especially not spells.
Like
we saw, I used my spell to summon that little Ripper guy in the hallway to help us.
That was great. I love that.
The little guy. And then 3 hours later, it was back off cooldown, and I was like, how about we launch him towards a planet? So
that was
that was great.
So bad for the 2 like ritual casters that were maintaining those runes that we totally just like
space.
Neither of them knew what was coming, and immediately they were both just eviscerated. One of them by the shot from the
by Rainier. By Rainier.
Great shot.
Because you shot that.
Yep.
Yeah. There was a lot of pressure for Rainier to shoot him because literally everyone was telling him
You're dead. And it was just the most beautiful shot he could have ever gotten.
Yeah, it was.
And it killed someone.
And then the other one got murdered by a Mecha Ripper that just went ham on his asteroid.
It was great.
Hilarious. It was so great, though. And also, the Mecha Ripper was great when we were failing to stealth.
Yeah.
It's like, distraction.
Like, this ain't working. Let's try something else.
This ain't working. Just summon a massive undead mechanical robot to distract them for a while.
Yeah, really.
I mean, they weren't paying attention to us for a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, I thought everybody also played their characters really well. And like, especially once you guys got comfortable with it, like you guys started going full ham into your characters, and I was like, this is great. This is the best part about it.
Yeah, because at first you are sort of feeling everything out a little bit, and especially with people you haven't played with before, it's like feeling them out a little bit too. But then we got in there and got going, and it was fun.
Well, I think that's another. How do I want to put this? That's another great aspect of this game, because we only played 4 sessions, and like you said, you feel like you used most of your abilities. You feel like you understood the system. You had fun with the systems. I know in some games you're four sessions in and you're still like, okay, how does this work? What are the bonuses I need to add?
4 sessions.
How
So
do
what
I?
are you talking about?
Me
We're 3 years
when I first
in.
started
Yeah.
playing D&D, it
Yeah.
took me like 3 months.
Because everything is
that was
so
me too.
rigidly
Mhm.
defined. But again, going back to the versatility of this game, you just don't get that, and I can't really exactly put my finger on where in the rule book that magic button was, but yeah, you
It's
guys,
not just a magic button, Jack.
yeah, you guys, like you said, understood your characters, which is a great compliment for this game. Really, the fact that we could play this game from having absolutely no knowledge of it, couple hour session 0 and 4 games, and I don't want to speak for you guys, but I feel like I could play this game as a GM and as a player. I could run more of it. I would love to be a player, yada yada.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Hey,
offer
Yeah.
stands as long as you want it to.
Yeah.
So
Is it weird that I kind of miss Cypress already?
I know. No, that's how
Yeah,
I
no, I miss Katie's
like,
too. I was like, no, Katie, she was
Living
fun.
in a place where like
She
there's like
was
swamp
grumpy
next
all
to the
the
highway,
time.
like I'd be in the car, I look over, see like the cypress trees, I'm like, man.
maybe
Cypress.
Yeah.
she's gone. Well, that's
She
good.
still
That,
exists.
Family over there.
that shows that you guys actually enjoyed your characters.
Mhm.
Is when
Yeah.
you miss them.
Oh yeah.
I miss our entire group, honestly.
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
not like, oh man. Yeah, no, I totally feel that.
Oh, it's like I'm gonna be sad that Rainier's not around anymore because he was so much fun.
Yeah, he was great.
I think out of everything in this series that or this season, oh, man, I wish I could afford an artist. So please, if you like what we're doing here on RPGs Uncovered, go support us if you can, because I would so love to be able to work with an artist. And there's so many great ones I've been talking with that I'm like, I'm gonna hire you once I get some money. But
That's my life.
yeah. But
Yeah.
all of the characters were so imaginative. There were so many really great cinematic scenes. But out of everything that I would like to see artwork of, I really want a Rainier hollow dodgeball card, like an old baseball card. Like an old baseball card with Rainier on it, the iridescent slammers, and he's just there in his pose with the dodgeball, and ooh,
Yeah.
I could
Oh,
see it in my
amazing.
mind.
It needs to.
Don't tempt
It's
me.
holographic because
Yeah, of
it
course
has
it
to be.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course
Yeah.
it is.
I want to see that moment with the referees just showing up
Yeah.
and all of them like
That's
engaging with the
amazing.
enemy and then just referees in the background. That
But
would be
a collectible
Great.
Rainier Hollow Dodgeball League card would be just, oh man, oh man, I would
great.
frame that on my
autographed by
wall.
Rainier himself.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm actually
that's
working
all
on
good.
character
Best
cards
thing.
from because I had that kind of idea too.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know how it happens, but I keep having these characters who get collectible cards of themselves. And so I'm just like, screw it, I'm just gonna do this over time eventually. So I have one of a medic where she was so famous in school that people started making a trading card of her. So she
Nice.
so one day you might see Rainier on an actual holographic card
Oh
one
my
day.
God.
Oh, that would
Please,
be
that would
amazing.
be like a dream come true.
As long as Rainier's autograph is on it, I am down.
Yeah,
I'm
it needs to be
actually-
autographed.
So I'm actually in the process of making a Veil of the Void card game, like Dusk brought up, where you get to make your own heroes and put them in the card game, and it's works kind of like how Magic does in a way. And so you always get a hero who leads this like massive army card deck that you have. So Rainier is on my list. Actually, Rainier, Cypress, and all of you guys are on my list to have as heroes that people can play and collect.
Oh,
So
man.
I don't know when
That
that's
would
gonna
be
happen.
Oh my god, I
Let
need
me
my
know, 'cause
card
I will
when you
buy
make
a
it.
Cypress
Yeah, I'll have to show
immediately.
you guys the cards that I
Mhm.
have for characters, but I'm working on currently 3 cards for that one for the card game when it comes out with each of your like mini abilities on them. So
Yes.
Wow.
I will buy it
Wow.
immediately.
Yeah.
Just let me know.
I know, it's like, no, I need my character card.
Yeah, and what's fun is it'll use the rule system of the book just simplified so that you can
Okay.
easily make characters in Veil of the Void and transfer them to the card game as your playable hero. So
Mhm.
Oh, neat.
That'd be
Mhm.
awesome.
that's a side tangent, but
Yeah.
since you brought
I
up
know,
the
those were-
holographic card, might as well
Yeah.
bring it up.
That's such a cool idea. I didn't even
Uh,
think of something like that, but wow.
Mhm.
Wow.
Rainier has a copy of his card.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Rainier's got his signature.
Oh, yeah.
in
It's framed up on
He's
his
actually
wall
got it, like,
next to his jersey.
framed.
Oh yeah, it's on his wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
I think it's
framed
the
and
shadow
all
box.
nice.
I can just
Yeah.
imagine when Rennie is alone, he has like a photo book and he just opens it and it's just pages and pages of the same exact like trading card. Like he has like 40, like 400 copies of it, all in like little
Yeah,
plastic sleeves
Mhm.
in
in
one
the
book.
sleeves, so they're all in mint condition.
Yeah.
And they're all like different poses of him, like
Mhm.
Yeah.
different angles.
There's like a shiny holographic, there's like the rainbow holly, like all like every variant
Yes.
card that you could imagine.
Mhm.
Yes. I love it. Which, ironically enough, makes them very rare to everybody else.
Exactly.
Well,
It's like the De Beers of trading cards.
mhm. We've actually integrated a lot of talk of just like normal after show stuff in this, talking about our characters and the Siren Sun season itself. But to bring us back a little bit towards the rules side of things, because I would like to continue exploring that. Let me ask, and there's no shame in saying no. Did any of you check out my my bite-sized tutorials and reference sheets?
Yes,
I looked at a couple.
Okay,
I have
That's
them
fine.
on the website.
that's
Linking
right.
back to your
It's funny
YouTube.
you
Yeah.
mentioned that.
It's
That's
on
awesome.
my list.
Yeah.
I haven't, but I definitely want to check out your reference sheets because there's a good chance I'll probably end up GMing something with Veil of the
Nice,
Void in the
nice.
future.
That's
Yeah.
awesome to hear.
I was gonna
There's
look at them after I got my book.
Nice.
Yeah.
there's still a few more to come, so just because this is the last episode does not mean that I'm done with it. There's a few more videos and things I want to get out before the actual end of the season and before the beginning of our next season. But that's another subject I would love to hear from chat about. If anybody is available there, wants to say hi and chat, and if you caught any of those bite-sized tutorials, because I really wanted to. Like we said earlier, it can be really intimidating to look at a 300-page rulebook and think, hey, I can get these rules down. So I wanted to make those bite-sized tutorials, and I think, let's see, 10, 13, 15. We might have like 20 minutes of video all together, broken up into like 4 or 5 different videos that cover almost everything. The combat one is almost done being edited, and then the magic one will be coming out shortly after that. I just need to get around to editing that, and that will be pretty much all of the rules for Veil of the Void. So you can look up just the ones you're interested, because not everybody needs to know about magic, and the skill progression and proficiency system is super simple. So if you understand that, you don't need to check it out. But I really tried hard to boil down the rules into something that was quick and easy to get out, that I can make a simple video for, a reference sheet that was 1, maybe 2 pages long. I think the one for all of the core mechanics is like 3 pages long, and that covers everything, all of the basics. So I'd be interested to hear, if that accomplished my goal, if those videos helped you, both my players, for anyone who checked them out, and anyone in the audience, if it actually helped you learn how to play the game, if it gave you a better understanding of how everything worked out. So I'd be interested to hear from chat. But if we could break those down just sort of one by one, and we've kind of already talked about this a little bit sporadically as we've been talking about everything else. But I mean, we pretty much already talked about combat. We talked about skill progression. We mentioned proficiencies a bit. but the core mechanics as a whole, and again, we talked about this a bit with just the ease of how you guys have picked it up in only 4 sessions. But what would each of you say? I suppose what would each of you say was a sort of a pro and maybe a con, if you even have one, for just the basics of how this game worked and these core mechanics, with things being based off of the virtues and skills, sort of agnostic from all of your class features and whatnot, just how the dice work. If anyone has any thoughts further on that.
Don't worry, I can take the negatives too.
I don't have many.
I'm trying to think of a negative, and honestly, it's
I think,
kind of hard.
and like, I just want to say, because I feel like this is like the first critical thing that's gonna be said here, but that's okay. I hope. But and I definitely don't mean this, because like systems are tools for you to use for storytelling, and each system is like a different tool meant for different, they each have different uses, so no system can be all encompassing. But one thing, and it's not like a huge issue, and definitely not something I think that needs to be like changed or anything, but when you're early on, when you're learning the system, when it comes to, because since it's like a d6 based for like skills and ability checks and things like that, it takes a little bit to figure out, like, doing all the calculations, figure out just how many dice you need for a roll.
Yeah.
Like, when I do an attack roll, I need the starting 2 plus however many I get from my virtue, plus if I have weapon master or dual wielding, and then if I get any bonus dice from expertise or from skill points or like all the other things, like it can take a minute to add up all that math.
And auto
but
hits and auto misses.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
keeping
I
everything
mean,
in your
since
head.
that's the system you use for everything, you eventually do get the hang of it, and that speeds
Yeah.
things up. But TTRPGs is like, there's never gonna be like a fast combat, so it's understandable. And I think like looking back, I definitely don't think it was like a major issue, because looking back, what I remember is like the fun we had from describing the abilities and our attacks and all that stuff. Like it's not like I remember like us sitting there counting dice all the time.
Yeah. And it definitely is something that you speed up as you play it. I tried to make it as simple as I could. I mean, it's a tabletop game, so as the core mechanic, it's still going to be like something you're gonna have to like. I couldn't make it as simple as I wanted to, but
Yeah, absolutely.
But I did try to explain it as best I could on the new character sheet to make it even easier to understand and stuff. So, I totally get that though. Like, I tried very hard, but even with the months of like reworking it and trying to simplify it as much as I could, there was only so far I could simplify it. So, unfortunately, it does take a little bit to learn to build your dice pool, but once you get it, you get it.
Yeah.
And
And ultimately, like,
I
I think that extra complexity is a good thing, because when you do learn the system, like, it's very rewarding and fun to play. So like I think any more simplification would take away from the system, so I don't think it would be worth it. So but ultimately, like, I still had a blast with it. I thought it was fun. I mean, I went out and bought these dice for it, and I had a blast like counting them out, and I was like, it's also super fun to be like, oh yay, I get to roll like 9 dice on this one, and it's like a challenge.
Yeah.
Getting to hear all your dice clicking in your hand and then watch them all roll is so much fun.
And
You feel so powerful when you have a handful of dice.
I had a cup. I actually got this very recently, so this is my first opportunity to use it, but I have a dice cup I got now, and this was like perfect.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Saw you using it.
fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw it on there.
But I like,
so I definitely get that comment.
I like how you say you eventually learn the dice pools, but eventually, again, we played 4 sessions. Eventually is not that long.
Yeah, not very long.
But you do mention complexity, and I think there is a very interesting overlap with this game. The core mechanics are super simple, because when I say core mechanics, it really boils down to you have your virtue, you have your skills, I mean, and your virtue accounts for 90% of that dice pool, and then you might add a bonus dice from a bonus dice or two from your skill points. You might get some pips or a reroll, but everything in the game is almost everything in the game is virtue plus skill.
Yeah.
And that makes it that's a very straight, very simple backbone to hang everything off of. And I think when you look at any game as a whole, looking at it over the scope of multiple classes and characters and whatnot, you're always going to find those little nuances. Especially myself coming from D&D 3.5, cheers everybody, and Pathfinder, there was just as much, if not especially even more of those little nuances of things you had to remember. Okay, I get a +1 from this, and I get a -2 for that, and because I'm wearing this armor, I can only do this, that, and there's always these things that sort of stack on top of each other. But what I like about this system was they all hang off of that one simple core mechanic of virtue plus skill, and everything on top of that was just things that you could reference that on your character sheet. And it was I felt like this was a super simple system to get down.
I can't tell you how long it took me to get this system to where it is. 5 years of designing,
I imagine a while.
Testing. Like I mean, all I think about is this game really anyway outside of my daily job. But oh my gosh, it took so long to get this system to where I was like, you know what, this is fun. I like it. This is this works, and it's as simple as I can make it. So I wish I could make it more simplistic, but I tried twice, or like 3 or 4 times actually, I think it was, to adjust the rules to make it. And it's like, it takes away some of the complex, like some of the fun that you can do with it, though. So what it is now is what I'm utterly happy with.
Yeah. I would agree. As far as complexity, I say this is a very nice sweet spot between the D&D 3.5 Pathfinder 1E complexity of a game that has hundreds of books, and D&D 5E that is just so, again, it's really easy for me to pick on 5E for Dungeons and Dragons. That was so watered down, so oversimplified. I feel like there is a sweet spot right here that has a very easy to understand and memorable system, and all of those different optional things that you can say, hey, let me tack this on there. And it just makes it even better.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things to do is to tell people the entirety of the game is summed up in 24 pages of rules. And out of those 24 pages of rules, you only need to know 5 of them.
Yeah.
Not even 5 of them. Like 3 pages, I think, is the grand total of core rules that you kind of need to remember.
I believe I said the same thing in my core rules video. And
I believe you did.
Yeah. So
which is under 10 minutes, which is telling.
Yeah, it's under 10 minutes for all of the core rules, and that's everything you need to know to play the game. And if you want all of those other sort of pieces that hang off, watch a 2-minute video here, watch a 3-minute video there. I believe the combat video, which is going to be the largest of all of them outside of core mechanics, might be 6 minutes long.
Might be. Yeah. Because combat does differentiate, and it does become a little bit more complex. Just because there's a lot more that you can do, like, because you get into action economy when you start going into combat. But even then, it's not nearly as much as learning as some other things. I tried very hard to, like, I mean, and that's a huge testament to the book, because there's 300 pages, and if you only have to remember 5 of those as core rules, that means the rest is pure content for you as players and GMs.
With you mentioning combat, one of the things I like is the way your crit system works.
Yes.
It feels it's like it feels it's like it's not just it feels more impactful because it's like, you do extra damage, but there's also an extra effect.
Yep.
And that makes it feel more impactful, makes it feel more powerful when you get a crit.
Oh yeah, and like when we all stunned, like when Rainier wasn't there for it, but when he stunned that guy charging me and prevented me from dying.
I watched that. That was That was pretty good.
I love the okay. You know what? I just love everything in this game. So you guys are just gonna have to deal with me saying that I love it. But
I've been dealing with it for several weeks.
No, right? I'm sorry. But
No,
the,
it's fine.
the critical system and the critical spectrum are like super fun additions.
That's my favorite
and,
part of the game. I was going to mention that later. The critical spectrum is my favorite part of the game.
Oh, it's so much fun to not just critically succeed or critically fail something.
Yeah.
Like you can fail something but also get an advantage, or you can succeed something and also get a disadvantage. It's way more fun and narratively encouraging to have a spectrum than just you critically succeed and critically miss.
Yeah.
Well, I said, it's like even with combat, because you get an extra effect with it, it makes it feel like it's something more.
Yeah. Like being able to stun that adversary as a key point is such a fun ability.
Or giving them a major injury.
Yeah, or completely annihilating an average adversary, which completely adjusts the combat system. You know, like when Adhara came in and rolled a 6 on her critical table and basically made that guy implode.
Yeah.
That was so fantastic.
Yeah, removed one of the things so that we weren't going to take as much damage while still making the combat scary, you know? But then on that end, the adversaries could still affect players with that critical system. Like, so it's scary for players too to include that, and it definitely makes it so that like combat is tactical.
Yeah, we got fortunate that Jack rolled so few crits.
Yes.
You guys did a real good job at locking down my adversaries.
Especially that first fight.
Especially that first fight. I learned a lot from that first fight, which I implemented in the last fight by making my boss a lot less susceptible to all your shenanigans.
Oh yeah,
my shenanigans.
Yeah. But it's just pure fun. Like ultimately when you like everything I tried to write, and you know that was what I designed the core things with, is to be fun. And so like, you know, even the critical system, I was like, well, how can I make this fun? Because I don't want it to be just you critically succeed at something, so good job. I wanted it to be like, oh, well, all this stuff can happen, or oh, you cause something, or like Noble just said in our chat, she's like, you know, they roll a lot of 3s followed by 3 to 4s on their sheets on the critical things. She's not sure what we're fighting that has so many shoulders to dislocate, but but it's still fun to see, like, you know, when you
Quarians.
Exactly. But it's fun to see how your critical like actually makes you feel like you're doing something with the critical. Like, oh, I stunned the boss right when I needed to, or oh, we just got that extra damage in there, or oh, now they're down to 2 squares of movement. Like,
yeah. No, I know myself. I've been gravitating much more to narrative-based rule systems, and I'll reference specifically Star Trek Adventures because I play in a series of that that has and Blades in the Dark kind of does the same thing, where you have a consequence and advantage system. So depending on how well you roll or resources you spend or yada yada, you either get a complication, or you can give an enemy a complication, or you get an advantage, or the enemy gets an advantage, and it's very narrative based. But I liked that, and then of course you have systems again. D&D 5e, where you get a critical and it's just you either automatically succeed or you do double damage, or it's super simple. It's just, okay, 20, yay, move on. But I really liked that in this system, you get that overlap of both, because there's built-in mechanical benefits to getting a critical with the extra 1d6 damage that you tack on, you know, the different bonuses and penalties you can accrue, stun, which as we've been talking about in chat seems to roll a lot more frequently than it should. But there's not only mechanical bonuses, but that's built in and also evocatively encourages narrative bonuses with that critical spectrum. And that's why the critical spectrum is my favorite.
Yep.
I mean, I think, and I'm going to try to incorporate a critical spectrum into any game I play going on. Like I got
to include.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
I love the critical spectrum. The idea that you
I'd be
can
okay with that too.
you can fail but create advantages, or succeed and still have
Yep.
a problem, is just narrative gold
Mhm.
for a GM.
Yeah, and it leads to so many fun stories and moments of panic depending on what
Uh-huh.
you roll. But it's tons of fun.
Mhm.
I really like how it works. And there was a reason I made it so conditions don't stack in Veil of the Void,
Yeah.
because getting stunned
Yeah,
7 times
stun
in a
lock.
row is not
Yep.
fun.
Oh,
So now
yeah.
if you get
Yeah.
stunned, you have a 3-round until you can get
Mhm.
stunned again. So
Mhm.
I don't like
Nice.
ruining people's fun.
Mhm.
I don't like
Well,
ruining
yeah,
the
I've never
GM's
seen
fun either. Like, your boss shouldn't be stunned consistently.
Yeah,
Like, you
yeah.
should be able to do something.
Mhm.
That first fight with
Yeah, well, it's like
the
in
Draken
there was one of
Splice,
us.
man. I mean, but between the critical stuns and you like holding him up in the air and being
That made me happy.
constricted, like, I mean, he still walloped you with a good few swings of his his sword and some of his
Mostly
abilities.
Cypress.
Cypress
Took a lot
got
of
ruined,
damage.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys did a real great job at locking him down.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would
Cypress
say-
was our meat shield, thank goodness,
Yeah.
because I could not take a single hit from anything
I
in
was
that
I was
game.
so getting ready to drop you in one round. I was gonna run up and just slam you, and then of
Rainier
course
said no.
I MVP'd Rainier into stunning my own boss. Somehow it always happens when I'm autopiloting one of your characters. They do the craziest, awesomest nonsense, like dropping a
Yeah.
tower on a giant.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds
I wish
familiar.
I was there that day.
I know. I wish you were too.
Been cool.
But yeah. And
I will
what
say
was
one
it's,
thing-
but no
one-
spells. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bravin, you go.
You go ahead.
Wait, one thing with like the mimic and Rhaenyra and like the stuff with like in that fight, but in the other fights too. You mentioned like getting walloped and all that. I realized as I was playing, mimic is a really weird class because the reactions are, a lot of them are based on being hit, but then also with like the illusions and the spells and things like that, he had things to prevent him from getting hit. And so Rainier, very strangely, even though I tried to have him in the front, very rarely actually got hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you were still able to use reactions. Was super cool. Like, there
Absolutely.
was still things you could do with
Yeah,
it.
he definitely was not restricted, but it was just like I was expecting Rainier to be like
Hit every time.
Yeah, but it was mostly the illusions, even in like that first fight.
Illusions,
Yep.
man.
Yeah.
And then
They were
in the
great.
last fight, I don't think Rainier got targeted a single time in that last fight.
Not the real
Like the
Rainier.
actual
No,
real
I don't
Rainier. Yeah,
think
not the
so.
real
Yeah.
Rainier.
Yep. You just got to get true sight on your adversaries. That ruins everything.
Yeah. Just
Real
yeah.
Rainier was skipping through the date that last
Which
time.
I love that discussion we had about invisible enemies. Because if he has true sight, how would he know that they're invisible? Oh, that was
Yeah,
one of those
there's-
fun hypotheticals.
There's a lot I've learned from running this in just my own 4 sessions that I would love to continue in a larger game.
Yep.
I
I want to host for you guys because you're a great group of people. So
Oh man.
Oh,
I already have like
Thank you.
7 scenarios for you guys to choose from too. Like
Mm.
all these different campaigns. I'm like, you guys got to let me know if you guys have time.
All
'cause
right. All
I
right.
will make time to
So
host it.
Mm-hmm.
I host way too many campaigns just because I love it so much.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Okay, let's start wrapping up the players side of things. And I mean, obviously you guys can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but is there
let's talk about more conspiracy theories.
no
Yeah,
anything
no, that's not what I
relevant
was
you want to talk about?
Oh, relevant.
That's the key word should have used.
there it is.
And again, we only have limited experience with what we've played
Mhm.
before, but is there anything that you wish, both from the game's system rules perspective and from, I suppose, my own expression of it with this series, that you would have liked to see? Anything from other games you would have liked to see implemented, or anything that wasn't here that you wanted?
No, I was happy.
You're biased.
No. I mean, I was just
But
happy to be a player. Like, I just, I had so much fun. It was
Wait,
nice.
are we talking about like the Siren set, or are we talking about Veil of the Void?
Both.
Veil of the Void, I think.
Both. Okay. Both. Okay.
I mean, we can break that in half if it would be easier for you guys to talk about. Is there any part of the game system itself that you feel like was either underrepresented or underutilized that we haven't already talked about, or something that you would have liked to have seen handled differently, or additions from other games that you think would work nicely in this system?
Yeah, I know we didn't really have much time for it, but just like exploration in general, just seeing what
Yeah.
else was in the setting, you know,
Yeah.
would have been
I
fun
would
to see.
say, and no fault to you, Jack, because it is a long list, and we only had the short campaign.
Yeah.
But we didn't necessarily get to utilize like all of the skills that were available. Which and I mean, like, I don't think I had anything like spec'd into a lot that we didn't use, because I kind of knew like what the focus when you gave us the premise and all that.
Yeah.
But some of the actually, let me pull up the skill sheet right now so I can see which ones we've got here.
Well, see, you say this, not to cut you off, but you say this, and I'll get into this later on in the second half, but I did have things in this adventure for every single skill. It's just
Oh, okay.
you didn't see them because you can't see
Get to it?
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we actually did cover a
We
lot
did
of
use
them.
almost all of them.
Yeah.
Now that I'm looking
Yeah.
at it, like I
Yeah,
think
we
I
used a
can only
lot.
see a few that we didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we did any tracking and hunting. I
No.
don't think we had a sleight of hand. Don't think we intimidated anyone. But like most of these,
No,
like
Coulda.
definitely
Part was-
analysis, arcanting, balance.
Mhm.
We kind of avoided covert intentionally.
Except
Well,
with the
we
ship.
tried
With the
Except
ship,
with the
yeah.
ship.
Yeah.
We
That's
did.
true.
Crafting, understandable that we didn't get to. That would be
Yeah,
a
it
cool
takes
thing
a
to
while.
explore.
Yeah,
Um,
crafting it'd be nice to explore
Can
that.
actually enhance my armor through
Yeah.
crafting.
There's like a
I wish I could.
whole detailed
If I
guide.
had time, I would have definitely done that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would have been cool to see.
but that's something that you would get into with a more extended play.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's definitely something
Yeah.
that
Because
comes up in extended plays.
going
Yeah.
on through like a less than a day adventure, that there was probably no time for crafting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no.
no.
Like in the Tuesday campaign, one of our players is currently building a mech. So that's going to be like,
Ooh.
7-8 sessions of play for them to get there. But
That's cool though.
Yeah. No, I can't really think of anything because this is a really well built system.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think the only thing, and it was what I mentioned earlier, was to see Cypress use her actual
Yeah.
rocket hammer. Oh, that would be cool. But,
What did I use? I think I used it. No, I used something else. That was the thing that made it catch on fire. That
yeah,
was the
you caught it on fire. I just wanted. I was
Yeah,
like,
it was some
I was
kind
so
of
ready for
infusion
you
or
to
whatnot.
launch someone up into the
Yeah.
air or
It
launch them
really-
towards
Oh, it
us.
would have been amazing.
I was on the verge of doing that. That was like my next plan, and then
we
Sorry,
caused
I
a
didn't-
singularity event.
next time though.
But I think we are
Yes.
segueing from the rules and into the narrative. Is there anything, and I can take it, is there anything from how the series was run, both from an actual running it standpoint, pacing standpoint, and the story itself, that you think I could have done better or done differently, things you might have want to have seen that I didn't get to?
This isn't necessarily a critique, but more of just an observation. If anything, I think it's a critique of us as the players. But I kind of got the feeling that with the asteroids, you kind of wanted us to like investigate something with that. But every time we came across one, we would just do whatever like the most destructive thing we could come up with to these asteroids, and gain like almost no information other than what we could assume or get just by looking at it from a distance.
I will say part of that was because it's like we are trying to get to this one place and we have only a limited number of sessions to do it.
And
So
we're
it's
also
like
trying not to
priorities.
too.
That.
Yep.
Arlene, is there a way you could turn up your volume just a smidge? You're a little quiet. I think that.
Turn it up.
Can't you turn? I was like, can't you turn her up?
Yeah, probably. I already have Arlene at like 180%. I'll turn you up a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think that's why you're getting lost in the
Talk
background.
louder.
Yeah.
I just talk louder. I'll just start yelling.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm sure your
Okay.
roommates will love that.
Actually, I am the only one home right now. They all had stuff to do.
There you go. You
Oh,
can
wow.
shout as much as you
Well,
want.
We'll see Stephanie later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can yell, make noise. Oh, crap! What I was saying. Oh yeah, we were also trying to be very like unnoticeable at the time. So if we just start landing on different like asteroids, you know, that would just be more time for them to notice that we were there.
Yep.
If we had
Yeah,
more time,
we didn't
and
want to raise
necessary.
their notice.
Yeah.
Well,
If we had more time and to worry about being noticed, then I would have been all down for going to an asteroid and investigating.
yeah, if I had planned for longer sessions, if this was the start of its own campaign, which it really could have been, you know, we would have had more time for stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I do think personally that it went really well pacing wise, and you guys really facilitated that. Because I know if you did stop and fight the solar dragon thing, solar whatever I was calling it.
I did that thing.
That would have eaten up a big
know.
chunk of time.
I'm glad we just.
And
Yeah.
heavily damaged your ship.
Yeah.
If you investigated the asteroid field or landed on the rogue asteroid, in either of the two situations, that would have ate up a whole bunch of time. So I think I definitely added things in there so that whichever direction you wanted to go, there was plenty of content to explore. Is basically
Well,
what
look
it
at
was.
it this way. That means that anybody who picks up your
Yep.
module will have more
Yep.
stuff that we didn't get around to exploring.
There is so
Yeah.
much in this
More
upcoming module that
surprises.
you guys didn't get to see.
Oh, I'm sure there's always so much we don't see.
Yeah.
That I've gotten used to expecting from you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm one of those
Everything.
GMs
You know,
that
that's just the thing.
that against my own better judgment and time management skills always creates way more branching paths than are necessary.
No,
Yeah.
I do the same when I DM. There's a campaign I'm running privately with some friends right now, and we're only 18 sessions in, which, to be fair, actually is probably quite a bit.
That's a
But the amount
good
of
length.
A good
the
bit.
amount of content I've made that has just been completely missed or completely derailed, or like they went and did their own entirely different thing that I had no plans for, because I'm doing it very open world, and it's like, well, it's all just sitting there in my Google Drive collecting dust. It's nice to look at, but will they ever get back to it? Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, but that's the nice thing about Blades in the Dark. It's like you set out jobs for them to go on. Doesn't mean they won't just run off and do it a different way than you were expecting. Train job.
Yeah.
But it does be that's like, okay, here's some jobs for you. I mean, now they can come up with their own stuff because it is very much intending for improv. But it's nice because it's like, okay, this is the adventure that we're going on. Okay.
But even
so at
even
that point,
with
I have everything within a frame.
even with saying that, all of the things that you guys missed, in my preparation for this entire season, 1, 2, 3, I have 4 pages of notes and about a 2-page Word document for things I kept on the computer, and that's all of my notes, because this system is so versatile. Once again, there's so much built into the system. It's dynamic, it's versatile, it's cinematic. So I can just write little evocative things here, and I just need a sentence or two to remind me what I want to accomplish, and the game already has that those built-in tools for you to accomplish that. It's not like in other games that you really have to really bend the system's mechanics to output what you want. It's almost the exact opposite.
And it's kind of designed that way because that's how I GM. Like, I have no prep whatsoever. Like, I take people's consequences from what they did. Like, if I find a choice they made very cool, I'll write it down and be like, all right, bring up this later on. But I never plan sessions because, well, one, I'm really bad. If I plan something, it becomes very railroady for me, and it becomes far more boring. But when I don't plan stuff, when it's all improv, it's so much more fun. So my GM notes for most of my campaigns consist of like half a page of, oh, this was fun. Oh, that could be an idea. Yeah. I literally had a GM
Mine's a
sheet
little
once.
more than that, but
That's okay.
it's a little more than that, but it's still mostly just like bullet points of it's like this is a thing I want to make sure I have in mind, and I'll still forget things sometimes. Like
Yeah.
when I forgot there were guards, or forgot to mention that there were guards at a thing.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry about
that happens to everybody.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
but Veil of Void is very good at letting GMs improv stuff, while giving you the rules to quickly improv it.
Yeah.
I'd say.
And
I mean,
especially speaking of that, Taylor, a little word of comfort for anybody trying to get into GMing out there. GMing is like playing a complicated piece of music. You have your sheet music in front of you, but the people in the audience aren't really going to notice if you make little mistakes here and there. They're just there to enjoy the music. So there are so many things that I was like, oh, I did this wrong. Damn it. Or, oh, I missed this. You guys didn't see that. I didn't describe that well. You guys just kept on going because you didn't know any better.
Yep.
It's true.
That's how GMing
So-
is.
Ignorant, and that's how it is.
You don't need to overly fret that you missed something or did something wrong, because if it was drastically important, your players would probably bring it up for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's important to note too on that statement, just for GMs in general, like as long as you're having fun with the story, the players are too. So if something gets missed, as long as you're enjoying it, it doesn't really matter.
The GM's fun is just as big a priority as the players' fun. And I think this game, this season, really drove that home for me. Because as it's specifically Taylor and Arlene can say and have said multiple times that they saw how much fun I was having running this game. I had way more
really
fun running this game than I have the vast majority of my D&D experience.
Yeah, and that makes me really happy to hear. So that's how I designed it.
And we were clearly having a good time with it too.
And I feel like you guys were having more fun with it too. Probably because I was having more fun with it, and that all bounces back with each other. I mean, they say laughter is infectious, so yeah.
The transitive property of joy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was also great because, as we mentioned with the combat, it wasn't just, oh, I'm going to run up and hit them with my sword.
Yeah.
Well, to put a cap on the player side of things, is there any other player side insights you guys might have? Just open forum. Or anything from chat player side questions.
What was, well, I guess that's more of a GM thing. So I guess I can ask that later.
Yeah, I know open-ended questions like this don't always elicit responses. So that's fine. I mean, we talked about a lot of stuff.
I kind of wish we would have more time to like get into our characters' like stories specifically.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that was more of a time thing.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question for you, Jack.
Yeah.
So I guess and this was sort of something I thought of because of like there was that session that I was kind of absent for. But like aside from Trever, of course, being the actual creator of the game, the rest of us, you included, were all sort of learning Veil of the Void as we went, and sort of using that to teach everyone out there who's been watching along. But with aside from like actually having to control Rainier for a session, when it came to like preparing for encounters and situations and things like that, obviously you having to learn the system and trying to figure out like the rules and things like that and the creatures and everything you had prepared, you couldn't be expected to know all of the abilities and all of the attributes of everything that the characters could do.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, like, how did you prepare? And like, were there some things that you were surprised by and had to like adapt to mid-session, or like, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that kind of stuff?
Oh boy. I mean, a lot of that is something I would cover talking about the GM sort of thing, and we can segue into that.
Mhm.
Oh, that is true. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I mean, we are going to be covering that.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
segue into that. I mean, first of all, again, any GM you ask that question to, is there something that surprised you that you had to figure out on the
Yeah.
fly? The answer is always yes, yes, abundantly yes. So I don't think I can really speak much more to that than what every GM I think would say. Your preparation never survives contact with your players.
Oh yeah, no, for
Nope.
sure.
But that is something I found, that the longer I've GM'd, and especially when the game system like this one facilitates it so much, the more I GM, the less I prep. Because I know when I
Yep.
started my D&D experience, I have 3 notebooks like this, 3.5 notebooks like this, filled page to page with notes. And if I ripped out all the pages that never came up or were completely useless because players did this, that, and mostly the other thing, I mean, I might have like half a notebook. So there's always the players are always doing things differently than what the GM expects.
Yep.
And as
Carving
I've
a
said,
hole in the realm.
yeah, exactly. But as I said
Blowing up a
before,
train.
and especially that example, this system really helps the GM, really facilitates just
Mhm.
going with things. And obviously, since I've been GMing for several years now, I know I've been doing our D&D game for about 3 years now, if
Years
not
now.
more. And I was
It's
DMing
over 3 years at this point.
over 3 years at this point,
3.5 years now.
and I was
for you guys.
DMing
Yeah.
other groups and other games before that. Where was I going with that? You guys distracted me.
Been
We
DMing for
clarify
years.
for you.
About prepping.
Yeah, are we still talking about prepping? I just don't prep as much, is what that
Yeah.
comes down to. Yeah,
Well, I guess,
That's what it boils down to.
yeah.
You
if I
say
can,
that, but you still also like spend a lot of time prepping. So I'm kind of worried about how much you prepped before you started prepping less.
Yeah,
Too much.
yes.
It's a little
Too
scary.
much. Yeah.
if I can be a little more specific,
Yeah.
I guess more of what I was trying to ask is, was there anything that surprised you, like that you weren't expecting our characters to be capable of in the first place?
Oh.
Summoning a mecha ripper in the middle of the hall.
Being a hole in the realm.
I mean, I approached this
Fair.
game with almost just as much knowledge as you guys did. I learned the game right along you guys as players, right along you guys as audience, for anybody who caught that first session 0 in any of the bite-sized tutorials and whatnot. I picked up the rulebook maybe a week before I started this series
Mhm.
and just
Mhm.
briefly looked through it. I looked at the table of contents, and I mocked up a single character, which took me about like an hour and a half because it was my first character, and I
Mhm.
was really exploring the different aspects and character customization of all that, because I know when players pick a new game, the first thing they flip to is character creation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was the one thing I wanted to
The most fun
start
part.
with.
Mhm.
Yeah. But I learned the different nuances of this game, the little nitty-gritties of it, along with all of you. So you guys surpassing or redefining my expectations. I didn't really have many expectations. I
That's
went
fair.
into this fairly blind. But from the little bit I did see of the system, because I've looked at a number of different systems, that's why I'm doing RPGs Uncovered, I
Mhm.
identified fairly early on how versatile and dynamic and robust this system was. So I knew I had to be ready for improv and for you guys to just
Yep.
take the reins and go with it. So I was constantly surprised and impressed with what you guys were doing, and equally, you brought up I did rely heavily on you guys to know how your stuff worked, at least your class abilities. Because again, I only had like a week or so to learn the game. Usually, while I was prepping, while I was writing the reference sheets and the scripts for the videos and whatnot, or prepping for each particular game, that's the process of me learning the game. Because I'm a very learn through doing kind of person. I'm not somebody who just sits and reads something or watches a tutorial video. I need to be doing something in order to learn it. So that's how I approached that.
I hate to interrupt. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I will be right back, but keep continuing.
You know what? Actually, I think that's a good segue, and a good place for me to stop my thought there to prevent me from just rambling. Let's actually take a real quick break, all of us.
Okay.
Let's take a real quick break, 5-8 minutes or so. Get up, stretch your legs, bio break, whatever you need to do, and come up with any additional questions or insights or whatnot. And when we are back from this break, we'll jump into my side of things, and I definitely have things to talk about, and very much welcome questions into the GM side of things and the narrative of the story. Okay, so let's break real quick. We'll be back in a few minutes. Everybody stick around, because GM insights are fun. I got some things to let you guys know about.
I'm excited.
Yeah, get up, stretch your legs, head over to Twitter, tell people to come over and hang out. We'll be back in a few minutes.
all the time.
All
to
right.
talk over this book later.
Yeah. Welcome back, or I should say, we are back for the second half of our season finale. Yeah, I still can't believe it's over. Season 1 of RPGs Uncovered, featuring Veil of the Void Reforged by the incredibly talented Trever Archuleta here. We just spent a few extra minutes on our break gushing about just how goddamn gorgeous the book is. So quick little advert on our way back here. Yeah, do the Vanna thing. Bravin. Where
Buy the book.
yeah, where a
Buy
coupon?
it.
please.
We're a coupon.
You're a
So
coupon.
go head over to the store. Go head over to the Veil of the Void
I
website.
was
You
gonna
can
say,
pick
show
up the
them how
book.
chunky that book is.
Yeah,
There you
there's
go.
a lot.
Yeah.
Even over the
There
screen.
is a lot.
Yes, Trevor beat me to it. He dropped the link tree. Go check that out. That has all of the incredible content in the various places that you can find it. But go check out their website. Go check out their store. Go buy the book and go type in that 15% off discount
Yes.
code Ascension. That's capital A Ascension for 15% off. Because it is so worth it. It is so worth it. The art
Yes.
is beautiful. The pages, I'm told, feel amazing. I'm still waiting for my own book. It's a great book, and there's also you still running that bundle?
Yes.
Yeah.
The bundle will be there until all the spell cards are sold. So
Yeah.
that bundle's still there, and then the other bundle will be there forever.
Nice,
So people
nice.
can continue buying the team bundle,
Mhm.
basically.
Yeah, go check that out. It's an incredible deal on its own, and then you can shave 15% off with our Ascension code. So
Mhm.
it is way worth it. Especially if you're looking to run your own game with your own players. Go pick up get your players to chip in, buy the table bundle, and
Yeah.
run your own game because it has everything you need.
Indeed. It's
Yeah.
the cheapest way to buy it too, because
Yeah.
it takes like $8 off each book.
Yeah.
So, and shipping.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
especially if you're international, best way to buy the book. So
Yeah, when you factor in the bundle savings, the discount, and the shipping savings, I mean, you're basically getting a free book. It's so
Basically.
good. Yeah, it's so good. Anyway, quick advert aside, we are back. We're
I
going
just
to
got the email that my book's been delivered.
nice.
Ooh.
yay.
We're going to dive into the GM side of things. So I suppose I'm on the spotlight for
Yep.
this half. So if you've already
Yeah.
thought I've been talking too much, get ready for some more. Okay, so first and foremost, I very much welcome questions from you guys as players and from you guys as chat. Go bother Twitter some more and all your different Discords you are on. Bring the people in, because I would love to answer questions not only about running the Veil of the Void and running our Siren Sun series, but just GMing in general. And I'm gonna gush about how easy it was to prep and GM for this game. So I welcome any questions. So where do I want to start with this? Because GMing is such a big process. I know it was a combination of Bravin and Trevor who brought up briefly preparation concerns and planning for players and expectations and how all of that factored into, well, really having to improv the game. And I mentioned that I learned the game right along you guys. I only have maybe a tad bit more, actual study hours in this game than any of you guys might have. Primarily just because I needed to build the things. And man, I wish I had a physical book to show this off. But let me bring up the PDF. Between the Philadeus section of the book, which is lore and built-in adversaries and creatures and characters and whatnot, but that, and most importantly, Chapter 8, the GM's Guide, which is a good 14 pages or so of all kinds of build your own resources. And 14 pages doesn't sound like a lot considering other systems that have dedicated dungeon master guides, but those 14 pages have everything I could have asked for in. I mean, it had everything I needed to build this game. Just boiled, just all nice and neat and boiled down into things that were useful and evocative. And that "and" is the most important part, because you usually get one or the other. You get, here's a whole bunch of tables and, random tables you can roll on and different charts, and you got to compare this, that, and the other thing. You have to deal with the CR calculation formula, but there's no evocative. Or you get other games that are just evocative, that are usually the more narrative-based games that don't really have any mechanical definition of how you're actually supposed to run things. But again, Veil the Void, Trevor, you found the sweet spot right between those two. I felt like I was, every time I picked up every time I opened the book and was like, okay, I need to build a starship. What is this going to be like? I went over to that page and instantly ideas started popping into my mind. And not only did those ideas pop into my mind, but I was like, okay, here's the idea, and oh, there's how you do that. That's great. Or I'm like, okay, I see how this works. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. It's, like I said, perfect blend of explaining the rules and inspiration material. So those 14 pages, pages 180 to 194, which is chapter 8, the GM's guide, is just it's so useful. It's so useful.
Good.
That
was actually what I updated with Reforged.
Nice.
Was put more stuff in there for them.
Because I will say I spent most of my time looking at chapter 2 and chapter 8. And that's mainly what I focused on, because I was relying on you guys for most of the other things. Chapters 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, those are all player-sided things. I mean, that sounds like a lot more.
Manage that.
Yeah, I think we did pretty much manage that. And that sounds like an uneven distribution of player to GM knowledge when you say I looked at 2 chapters and they had to look at 4 or 5 chapters. But again, each of you only had to look at a small portion of all of those chapters, and much of that overlapped. I will say I obviously
and then we
needed
got to stuff all of it into our character sheets anyway.
Exactly. Yeah.
Between the 4 of us, we covered a lot of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But that's probably GM tip number 1. You don't need to know every rule. You're not gonna know every rule. I've been running D&D for the better part of 5 years or more, and I don't know all of the rules. I don't have every class feature memorized. I don't have every little nuance memorized. But you can rely on your players to know their stuff, or at least know when to ask, and then you can flip to the pages you need to, and again, if you have a good table of contents and good index, it makes it super simple to find things out. So sharing the burden, the rules burden of knowing and running the game is very important. Sharing that between GM and players. Yes, Taylor.
I was waiting for you to finish your thought.
I know. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm trying to do better. But yeah, one thing that this goes back to player side, but I did want to make specific mention of that on the character sheets. I super appreciate that, like, especially with all the spells and abilities and whatnot, you have a spot to put the page number in the book that it's found on. That is fantastic.
I do like that.
Yes, that is fantastic and really very thoughtful, honestly. Because
know exactly where to go to find more
information. Yeah, it's like, because it's like, say you didn't write down something in one of the little boxes. Well, you just go and look.
Yeah. You're right. We did kind of, that is one thing we skipped on the player side of thing. We briefly referenced it a few times, but the character sheet for this game, especially the updated character sheet that I think you updated just before we started playing, Trevor. It has everything you need. It's all right there. I mean, it is 7 pages long, which sounds like a lot. Stay with me. But the 7th page is session notes. You could easily just use a notebook. You don't need the 7th page. The 6th page is all character dossier. So if you know your character, I mean, that's more for the GM side of things. You can fill out your character dossier page and just hand that to the GM. There you go. You don't need that page. If there's another page just all about your magic, so if you're not a spellcaster, you don't need that. So it may sound like a lot of pages. I know as a GM, and even before I was a GM as a player, I loved binders. I love a GM binder. I love a player binder. For my 3.5 wizard, cheers everybody. I had a whole binder with spell cards that I made and printed out on my own because I wasn't buying them. I don't have that kind of money. But my whole character dossier, my spell cards, yada yada, it was all in there. So and I had to make that myself. So I super appreciate having a character sheet, even if it's multiple pages long, that has all of that information right there. And you don't really need to go and hunt for it. And it's as Taylor said, even if you do need to go and hunt for something, that was anticipated. There's places on the character sheet to be like, this is what I'm talking about, this is where it's found. The whole class ability
it's
section.
something that it's something where if the GM asks about it, you can be like, oh, it's on this page, and they can look through and it's like, okay, here it is right here.
And
if you ask, hey, is it a class ability or a species ability, you're like, oh, it's just a class ability or whatever. It has like all that information right there.
Yeah,
it's almost like I like organization.
Yeah.
And you may say you can include that information without there being a spot for that on the character sheet, but the character sheet reminds players that, hey, it's probably a good idea to be able to reference this in the future.
I mean, it has a specific spot just for that.
Yeah, which again, encourages the player to put that down, because I know when we play other games in D&D, I'm like, okay, how exactly does that work? And you're like, okay, hold on, I gotta pull this up, or I gotta link it in chat, and yada yada yada. Yeah. But in this game, when you see on the character sheet, where can this be found, you just automatically fill it in because it's a box you need to fill in. You don't even think about it.
Yeah, I did. Put all my page numbers on there.
Yeah.
That's gotta be like the best thing. Like D&D needs that. They need to have a spot for you to put page numbers for abilities.
Yeah.
But they're also, I mean, at that point, they're also going to need like, okay, which book is it in?
That's true.
That is true as well. Yeah.
That's like, is it in PHP? Is it in Xanathar? Is it in Tasha?
Well,
they could just do like I do with my spell cards and put page 61 of CR, which is the core rulebook.
Yeah. Yeah.
They could.
But even with a whole packet of character sheets, 95% of the information you need to know on a roll by roll basis is right on the front page. Everything's right there. Everything else is just specific references you might need in very specific situations. So it's on hand, but you can kind of leave it underneath the first sheet and just flip to it when you need to. Everything you need to know is on the first sheet, and that's not only your own stuff. Yeah, and it's not only your own stuff and your own abilities and your own numbers, but it's basically a cheat sheet built into your character sheet with the rules right there for how skill points work and how skill point progression works. The critical chart, how weapon attacks are made, the sustain action for your HP, how initiative works is up there in the corner. Everything you need to know on a roll by roll, on a roll by roll basis is right there on the front page. So an probably the most useful character sheet I've ever used.
It has that little box for frequently referenced things as well.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's great. I didn't put anything in it, but I could see in a longer campaign definitely making use of that box.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, because that's super useful, because it's like, okay, this is something that like a specific expertise or whatnot, I think it was for, or an ability, like racial ability or class ability that comes up a lot. You just stick that in there so that you always have that right there front to reference.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so, even though, sure, you don't have it you have it spread out over other pages, but you can still put it right there.
Yep.
Yeah. But to flip back to the GM side of things, I mean, let me start off, because just like everybody else, I work best with prompts. Do you guys have any questions for me? Questions, comments, concerns, other hard C sounds?
I have one,
Yes.
and I like to ask this to all the GMs. How was it to run? Were you overwhelmed, or was it like, pretty decent to run it?
Well, I've already said multiple times that I had a
Mhm.
blast running this game. It was so
Yes.
fun from start to finish. I would say initial first impressions, because I suffer
Mhm.
from the same thing that everybody will. I see a 280-page book and a very different rules mechanic from anything I'm used to. Classes that are called things far different than what I'm used to. I look at the book
Mhm.
and your eyes just glaze over, and then I have to be okay. Remember, Jack, this is why you're running RPGs Uncovered. But I flipped the table of contents, and that's largely where any of that worry disappeared. Like I said, my compliment on you for your table of contents and index is probably the greatest compliment I can actually give you.
Thank you.
Because it's so well organized. Everything's right there on the PDF. You can just click on it and it sends you right to where you need to go. It's a very well laid out book. Trevor, I know you're always saying you're a fan of organization. Well, it really shows through, because it's a very easy book to navigate, and that was super helpful. I
And
will
it's
say,
logically organized.
yeah. I will say I briefly mentioned this during during Bravin's question. The first character that I made, and probably the first character anyone makes, and I think somebody brought this up in chat before, the first character you make in almost every game is going to take the longest out of anything you do. So I know the first character I made on here, and I always make characters that are far more ambitious than I should. I actually mocked up Father Rack as a playable character before I made him an adversary. And man, that was a complex
Yes,
character
Daddy
sheet.
Can't.
And it
Disadvantage now.
was I'm ignoring you. It was a little intimidating seeing all of the options that I had, especially spending the last 5 years or so with D&D 5e, and how few options there are compared to other games that I've played, how few customization options there are, how few character progression options there are. I believe your list of expertise just in here is larger than the list of feats in all the combined 5th edition
Yeah,
books.
I think about 5 pages.
Yeah, and even if it's not, they seem
More useful,
more interesting, more
interesting?
evocative. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I could see a use for every one of those expertise, and it
And you can chain them together in such a narrative, interesting way.
yeah. But as I was going through this book, I saw a lot of influence from some of my favorite systems. I saw a lot of influence from the D&D 3.5 and Pathfinder era. I saw it, whether it was intentional on your part or not. I saw a lot of these things that these different systems utilized, like the sheer amount of character customization and little nuances that you could get from 3.5 and Pathfinder. The different way that gear mechanically influences things from games like Shadowrun. I found similarities to World of Darkness games and from Warhammer games. So whether they were intended to be incorporated or not, I think you probably unintentionally found a sweet spot again to incorporate probably my favorite features of various different games that all pretty much works together, again, because you're not trying so hard to mash all of these pieces down into a defined preset puzzle. You just kind of have a backbone and hang everything off of it. So once I broke down the core mechanics, and it was really making that core mechanic video that 10-minute core mechanic video that really solidified how this game worked for me. Once I was done making that, I was good to go. I was golden. Anything
Okay.
after making that core mechanics video, I felt like I had a full understanding, full grasp of this game, at least as far as I needed to actually run the game. And anything more, I would rely on the players to help with the rules burden, or be able to quickly reference things, again, because I could so easily look them up. But I spent probably, not including recording and editing time, just research and writing the general script and whatnot, probably 3, maybe 4 hours on the core mechanic video, and most of that was just, writing the script and boiling it down into something that I could easily explain comprehensibly in a 10-minute video. But even before I got to that point, I felt like it was overwhelming in the beginning, but that was quickly surpassed.
Okay, good.
Was that ridiculously long-winded in
No, that
response
was
good for you?
That was good for me. Because I always like to see, especially with Reforged, I took extra care to make it easier on GMs. So, because that was one thing people brought up with the first edition, and so now that I don't have to update it anymore, that's good to hear.
And I know I had the rare boon of having you available to specifically talk to and whatnot, because I know when I was learning the rules myself and prepping for this game, I bugged you a ton on Discord, like, hey, how exactly does this work? Could you provide me a scenario of this? If I do this way, is that how that intended? And for the most part, because I brought this up before, I am so used to the rules lawyer raw chanting cultists players that just oh man. So every time I look at a rule system, I look at it from such an analytical, from such a antagonistic viewpoint, because I'm so used to players just coming at me and going, that's not how it works in Raw. You need to run this Raw. That's not what this says. Where in the rule book does it say? No. You don't get any. You can tell I get a little worked up.
It's fair.
you don't get any of that in Veil of the Void. Most of your responses was, you do you, man.
Yeah, that's typically
GM discretion.
And, I'm available like that for everyone too. Like I get tons of people messaging me on Discord or privately through the Twitter and stuff like that. Like, hey, what about clarification of this rule? And I'm like, yeah, it's exactly what it is. Like,
yeah,
I've even had several campaigns where I've actually sat in on other groups and watched via live streams to answer live questions they have and help them out that way. So I like to help my community out as best I can.
Yeah, but between your own Discord and you have a great forum on your website that has different rules clarifications and player created content that's super useful to check out. So again, go check out his website. The link's still right there. Yeah, but even asking all of these questions, it really just came down to it does what it says on the tin. Just go for it. Because I'm so used to things having to be so rigidly defined in order to satisfy those rules, those raw chanting fanatics. That was an eye-opener for me, because I know I probably messaged you a good dozen times, and each response was, that's a good idea, just go for it.
Yeah, usually people have like, hey, that's smart.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
I will say the biggest learning curve I had for this game was the creation and running of adversaries. And I do really like in this game that I do really like the encounter builder in this game. So for anyone following along, that is page 189 in the book, and it has all kinds of information on how to create your own adversaries and how to build your encounters, which is basically built around how much damage your players can dish out, as opposed to trying to figure out some weird ambiguous CR calculation. I will say that in most encounters, and this was probably just because we were, one, had the time limit of being on stream, and two, still learning the game, but I found that pretty much all of my encounters I did shave off probably a good third of the total HP that I originally gave them as defined
That
through
sounds about
the encounter building and adversary building system, primarily just because it was taking a little longer than I wanted
Yeah.
it to run. Not that I don't think you guys could have handled it, but it was just taking a little longer because we had a time constraint and because we were still learning our characters and teaching the rules and whatnot. So I think building adversaries the way they are defined in the book is entirely balanced if you have time to run those encounters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I designed it because that was like the best way I could think of it. And it's gonna have more health than you need, or it won't have just enough.
Yeah.
And so I add that extra 20% in there to counteract criticals, because it happens a lot.
Yeah.
But like you were saying, that does come up. That's why immediately after that section it mentions flavor HP and how you have to adjust based on your players. Because I tried to do the average damage that people can roll at their levels, but players are incredibly creative and smart, and they're going to figure out ways to ram a starship into someone and deal an enormous amount of damage that you did not calculate.
Yeah, the fact that you put pretty much immediately after the combat encounter calculator your flavored HP and damage, which basically just comes down to the golden rule of use your discretion. Don't get bogged down in thinking what you created the night before is set in stone. If you're in a situation where, and I mentioned this before on stream, or maybe it was an after show, how I err on the side of building encounters more difficult than they need to be and scaling them back as needed, because it's a lot easier to identify this is a good stopping point. This would be a really cool way to end this fight. It doesn't matter if he has 50 more HP. This was a really cool way to end this fight. Let's end this fight here, as opposed to building an encounter that is on the lower side of things. Then you get to the point where, oh, is it dead already? I should add more to HP. I'm going to add more HP. We're going to keep this going. Do I let them kill it now? Just a little bit longer. Do I let them kill it now? Just a little bit. Oh shit! I killed them all. Huh. So that's my GM side of thinking. Always build more than you need, because it's easier to shave things off than try to add them on in practice, in play, and whatnot.
Yep.
No, the encounter builder was super useful. It was very useful. And I know that the encounter builder and adversary building section of the rules, I think the GM's guide part of the book as a whole is not available in the free quick start rules. That is only you have to get the book for that, but it's so worth it. So I won't detail that too much. And I do plan on making a video about adversary creation and encounter building, but that is going to be on the Patreon, because it's not a free resource that is available through the Quick Start Guide. But I found the adversary building system very useful, I did build all of my adversaries using all of these templates, and aside from having to shave off a little bit of HP just to save time, I think they all ran exactly as I intended them to run, especially once we got to that last fight, because I knew all of your tricky tricks on how to tie things up.
Oh no, I still got a couple cultists with that fear effect.
Yeah.
There
they
were
were
still a
cannon
couple
fodder
things
anyway.
I didn't try.
Oh, I figured, but it was like, get them away from us.
Yeah. Well, for those of you who have played under my GM style before, you may recall that occasionally my arenas are more of the boss fight than the enemies themselves. And even if you guys didn't accidentally create a realmic singularity within the station, it was the station itself and a timer in the background and whatnot that was going to end the fight, probably before either side whittled down each other.
But then we created a realmic singularity and crazy shit happened.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's
Crazy
kind of
or
more
fun?
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I would say one of the difficulties I did run into with building adversaries was creating an adversary intended to fight a starship.
Yeah, I'm working on a free little discussion, the little expansion people will be able to read that are all about starship creating and fights with massive creatures that aren't naturally meant to be that. So, the rules in the core rulebook at least give you some in the fact that monsters can't be affected by any bonus damage that stars do or starships do. So, large, like your dragon, we wouldn't be doing any extra like constant critting and extra D6 damage that big things get. So there's a little bit of balance, but I did notice that it needs that. So I'm working on that right now.
Cool. Awesome.
And that'll be free.
I do kind of want to run that combat just to see how I did balancing a monster adversary versus a ship that I'd also created myself.
That would be really fun.
But I do love that we
I would be down for that.
pretty much collectively decided to nope right out
just
of that.
nope right on out of that one.
No,
I was like, we didn't.
thank you.
I was like, there wasn't
Smart
even
decision.
one person who suggest. I was like, there wasn't even one person to suggest staying around to fight. It was just like, nope.
Yeah. But I
think that's something that honestly gets overlooked, is that sometimes when you're playing a TTRPG, fleeing is the best thing. It's always an option.
Yeah.
Almost always. Sometimes it's not an option.
Oh, yeah. And Veil of the Void in particular, there are some nasty creatures out there that you could figure out a way to kill them because everything's technically able to be killed in Veil of the Void. But some things, like particularly dragons, which is why I did not want to fight that dragon, they have resistances to damage. Like the only way to like get consistent damage on them is pure damage, or if you buy like the hunter mods, the dragon hunter, which are made from dragon scales and are very rare to find. Like there's always a way to kill something, but sometimes you might have to run away so that you can come back to fight it.
The solar serpent. The solar serpent, I did take the base adversary statistics for the Slithin and just modified those. So I gave it a bit more HP. I think the Slithin has a base of 800. I bumped this up to 1,000. I augmented its damage to be able to still be able to hit and deal damage when you factor in ship shields and all of the extensive amount of HP. So I gave it a little bit more damage, and I made its magic a little bit. I gave it access to a little higher magic, but I believe that the base Slithin, or maybe I took it from another comparable dragon, has both consume magic and dragon scales.
Yep.
So yeah, it was
what I was worried about when you said it was based on the Slithin was the fact that Slithins can disable ships because they have an EMP blast field that just
no.
Yeah, that's why I was
more glad that we just decided to nope out of there.
Yeah, that's why I was like, nope, don't want to deal with this today.
So, did your space form also have that ability, Jack, or?
It had that ability, and because it wasn't electrical based, it was more radiation based. It had that ability while also turning your ship into a microwave.
Lovely.
That's terrible.
Yeah. Even better.
But I will say one thing that I know that Arlene and I have been played with Jack in D&D where he does milestone level up, basically, as opposed to XP, is we are used to picking our battles because we know we're not getting XP from a battle, so so we came in with that mindset for sure. It's like, well, if we don't have to fight, we're not going to.
Yeah, sometimes the smartest decision is to run away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think that made that sort of decision much easier, along with blowing up the meteors, because it was just like, well, we don't want to have to directly deal with that. We'll just blow them up.
But that's something else that the game itself facilitates, because Veil of the Void doesn't have experience. It's all milestone. Yep. It's built into the game. You get your determination back. You get your levels back at GM discretion.
Yeah.
Yep.
which I love
Yeah.
as a GM. It's
Me too.
a lot easier to run than trying to figure out,
Oh.
okay, I need to give them this much experience, but I need it to take this amount of time, so I need to cut this into fraction. No, give them their level up when it makes sense.
Honestly, also as a player, I don't have an issue with that
Mhm.
Yeah.
because, well, I mean, no point in being a murder hobo if it's not going to give
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it stops. I know when I played 3.5, after every session, there was always one or more of us who was like, okay, what's our experience? I need to know my experience. Are we leveling
Yep.
up yet? What's my experience? You don't get that anymore because there's no experience. You get your level up when I say you get your damn level up. Shut up, kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, personally, I have never liked experience-based
Mhm.
leveling. It's just like
Mhm.
because it does. It's hard to design it for it doesn't reward like
Mhm.
Murder hobo.
basically reacting like having violent reactions to
Yeah.
every situation because
Mhm.
like you can put in the effort to try to design it for like, oh, I'll still reward you the experience if you can resolve the situation peacefully. But
Mhm.
it's hard to because in D&D especially, it's like it's designed for like every creature has an assigned XP that you get when you kill it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so it's basically
And violence
putting
is
a
the
bunch of effort
easiest
towards-
option,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or the
It's like
simplest option.
reworking the entire XP system is not worth the effort, and
Yeah.
it's just better to do milestone, in my opinion. It's
And-
such a cleaner, smoother
I agree.
process.
It's easier to get it level up during more narratively,
Mhm.
logical places versus
Yeah.
like say you like shot
Yeah.
something at a bird or whatever and you level up from that versus killing a
Mhm.
boss.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, sorry,
And,
I don't have enough XP.
I tried to make Veil of the Void a good balance between combat and story because and I say story, but like story goes through combat too. But
Mhm.
I
Well, in this game
every
especially.
time and every time I played Dungeons and Dragons, not to continue harking on it, but I always felt like it was just designed for combat, and I did not
Yeah,
want Veil of the
it's intended
Void to
for
be like
board
that.
games.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I did not want Veil of the Void to be like that.
Yeah.
I wanted combat to be
Yeah.
super fun, and it can lead to some crazy things, but I didn't want everything to be focused purely on combat. I
Mhm.
wanted, especially with the leveling system, like, what if players never get into combat?
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Yeah.
talking your way
Yeah.
out of every single combat is just as good and should get you a level
Just as
versus
valid.
fighting. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I think this
Yeah.
goes back to the skill progression system because you don't have
Mhm.
experience when it comes to combat, but you do kind of have experience when it comes to narratively
Yeah.
using and progressing your skills. So it actually facilitates and encourages non-combat narrative approaches to the game. Which is something that really resonated with me as a GM because I did spend a lot more time planning the narrative side of things and the skill side of things and making sure I used all those skills and gave you opportunities to use varied skills and approach different situations using different skills for the same situation. Far more than I did, okay,
Yeah.
I need to design this combat. I need to, you got all of that. So it,
Yeah.
Good.
yeah.
Good.
I mean,
That's what
even
I like
saying
to hear.
that, even saying that, I have 10 adversary stat cards and 5 starship stat cards,
Nice.
of which you guys
Nice.
seen only a fraction of.
Mhm.
And four spells that I created, of which I think you only
That's
saw one. You only saw Flame Leash.
Yeah, Flame Leash.
Yeah,
is-
that thing
was
was
cool.
scary though, dude.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
I had
I'm
fun
so
with that.
glad only his illusion got crapped by that
Yeah,
because
that would have been
like
fun.
Yeah. I'm also glad our tree friend didn't get grabbed by it.
Yeah.
because that-
Yeah.
Oh,
that would've been
man,
really
that-
bad.
although you did have water armor on you, so that was
Mhm.
Yeah.
good.
Mhm.
but it was going to wear off
It's still
eventually.
yeah, eventually it had you're right.
It wouldn't have been good for
It
anyone.
would not have been good for any one of us. Thank you, Rainier Illusions. You will be remembered.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious that one of them died just stepping off the balcony.
Yeah. Hit the ground and shattered. Yeah.
Yep. It's just like plop.
But I also.
You
I
tried.
have such a great mental visual for that too, honestly.
Mhm.
Yep.
But I also made an apprentice level air spell called Wing Beat.
Ooh. That sounds fun.
I made an adept level reflection spell, Delusional Sunset, which is fun.
Ooh, I like your
That
naming.
too.
And I don't think this is exactly a spell, but I built it like a spell. An ability that the Stellar Engine could have used. Its Solar Lens Cannon, which
Ooh.
would have messed
Oh,
you
what is
guys up,
that?
and I was
Yeah, that
so
doesn't
looking
sound nice
forward
at
to
all.
yeah. I was so
And
looking
yet
forward to
we've made
roasting
it
your
through
ship.
without that.
Huh?
Ha! You didn't get to.
Yeah, I know. No, if you guys actually got into combat with the Stellar Engine, you were most likely going to survive that fight. If you didn't try to fight the
Most
station,
likely.
because that would have been an impossible battle. But if you
Mhm.
chose to push through the fight and try to dock, you probably would have survived, but your ship would have been crippled because the solar lens does a base of 200 damage.
Whoa.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds
Alright.
horrifying.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's amazing. I
That
do
hurts to
plan.
think about.
I do plan on releasing all of these things on our Patreon and Ko-fi.
Mhm.
I really like I really like all of these things, but yeah, Delusional Sunset just came to me one night.
That's a
And
beautiful name.
What does it
Now,
do?
what does it do?
Okay, I'll give you guys this one. I'll give you guys this one for free. Delusional Sunset it is an adept level reflection spell. It has a difficulty of hard, that's 4 hits, and requires 3. It has channel 3, and its effect will last for 4 rounds. Let's see. Ravage a foe's mind, ripping their grasp on youth and vitality from them. The target takes 4/5d6 chaos damage. Additionally, on the beginning of each of their turns, while this effect lasts, the target must make a contested mentality check against the caster's original arcanting check. On a failure until the end of their next turn, their total movement is halved and they are inflicted with the confusion and sickly condition.
My word, and I
Wow.
thought I was mean.
Wow,
in
I was
this
gonna
game.
say
It rips the youth
Sounds
from them.
awful.
I was going to say that, oh, it's a reflection spell. That would be cool for Rennie to learn at later levels until you said chaos damage, and I'm like, nope,
Yeah.
he wouldn't.
Nope.
Yeah.
He would not.
You know, you would not learn
Yeah,
it.
it's mean.
sounds
It's
brutal.
nasty. It basically turns you into an old or makes you think you're old.
I'm so old.
Yeah.
What would happen?
Well, I mean,
She'd just be like, "Well, yeah, I am old."
But you'd
I
feel
know.
it.
Well, it's like, yeah. Oh no, and that's the thing. It's like, but I'm ageless. I'm not supposed to feel old.
Yep.
You do now.
I wish I was ageless.
No, I built some fun spells.
By
Sounds like
fun, you mean nasty.
Yes. I mean,
yes.
yeah.
Is there a
there-
difference?
Brutal.
Yeah. Synonyms.
Brutal.
Synonyms, at least for a GM.
Mhm.
Okay. What else is there? You guys have any more questions for me? We're coming up on our last half hour.
No. You answered my biggest ones, and I think the other ones were pretty much answered as we had all been talking,
Yeah.
which has been a blast
Yeah.
so far.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been fun.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So and feel free. I don't want you to reveal too much of the stuff that we didn't get to see. So feel free to
Mhm.
refuse if you don't want to. But I am just curious. In that final battle, the final round that we played out in, Father Rack ordered the sun shield to be lowered.
Mhm.
I'm just curious if we had played out the round after that and we had actually been directly exposed to the sun, what the effect of that would have been.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Father Rax.
I was saying, I think
Sun
that
shield
Cypress's
ability.
water armor was gone by that point.
Yeah, it just dropped
Probably.
by that point.
This was one of Father Rack's abilities, Call the Sun. Temporarily lower the observatory's sunscreen. This requires a channel 1 action. That's why it takes an action to pull the screen down. Once the screen is down at the beginning of each creature's next turn, if they are not taking cover from the sun, and I built in places of cover in the map if you guys go back and look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw
If they
that.
are not taking cover
cool.
from the sun, they
It's
take
kinda fun.
4d6 fire damage and must make an environmental
Ugh.
survival check, becoming
Even
blind
better.
for 1 round
Oh.
on a failure. The
Ooh.
observatory's
blindness.
I
The-
think I had a skill point in that.
Oh, I
the
might have
observatory's
written that as
emergency
just
protocols.
Environmental survival.
The observatory's emergency protocols will immediately raise the sunscreen at the end of the next turn.
Brutal.
Okay, well that's not so bad.
Brutal.
Still,
So every few
Blind
turns,
is the worst.
every few turns, Rack lowers the sunscreen, and if you aren't behind cover, you take damage and have a possibility of going blind, which is brutal. But then the sunscreen raises. So the fight, if the fight lasted longer than that, if we had more time for the fight, because we got to it, and I think we only had about an hour or so left of the session. But if we had even longer to play out that fight, it was intended that you would have to be running between points of cover every other turn in order to not be roasted and blinded by the sun.
God.
Oh dear.
I like to make really
I
dynamic
will-
battle arenas.
I can
but
see that.
That would
He
that would
does.
add definitely an extra level of challenge
Yeah.
and creativity to a battle for sure.
unfortunately,
Yeah,
they
no,
only
it's
work if
like
you're
Cypress
playing
quick.
longer battles that last several rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Just
if
out of
you don't
curiosity, how
rip a
does
hole in the
blindness-
space-time continuum.
Yeah, do.
Yeah, we did. But what is blindness like in Veiled Void, like mechanically?
Yeah.
So you roll without any bonus dice on all attacks, analysis, anything that requires sight.
Mhm.
And then you
Hmm.
roll with 4 auto miss dice. So basically,
God.
anytime
Oh.
you're attempting to attack something, you're critically failing
Uh-huh.
because you just can't do it.
It's mean.
Blind is
God.
brutal in Veil of
Or
Void.
auto miss.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And -4 bonus
Man.
dice. So you just don't get like on all
Yeah.
site-based checks. So it's one thing I always tell people is conditions in Veil of the Void are
They
not
actually
like a lot
matter.
of other games
Yeah.
where it's like, oh, I'm on
No.
fire. It's all right. In Veil of the Void, it's like, I'm burning. Help.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like
So
you'd actually be
accurate.
if you were on fire.
Mhm.
Yep. And you can put it out with an action too, but it
Yeah.
uses an action to
Mhm.
put it out.
It's
So
all
there's
about
just all
action
sorts
economy.
of-
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's just all so many fun ways of conditions.
Mhm.
Like, poison isn't just, oh, I'm taking some damage. Poison is, oh crap, I took damage and now I'm either going to be sick so that I can't heal as
Mhm.
good, or I'm going to be drained, meaning I can't heal other people as well.
Yeah.
So like everything is affected in with conditions,
Mhm.
which I
Yeah.
quite like.
Yeah, that delusional
I mean, it
sunset
makes
spell.
sense.
It gives you sickly, which means all incoming healing is halved for 2 rounds, so you don't heal as well, and you get confusion. The affected creature attacks the nearest creature, whether friend or foe, for 3 rounds.
Yep.
Ooh. That would have been really bad if one of us had gotten confusion.
Yeah,
because-
confusion is real bad.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
You gave confusion to a couple guys.
Although you know what's
Well,
also fun
like
about
to one.
confusion is confusion says that you have to attack the nearest creature, whether friend or foe. If you're a pacifist, you can choose to attack yourself so that you never attack anybody
Oh.
else.
Mhm.
So
Oh, okay.
if you want to
wow.
damage yourself so that you don't damage other people, that's also another thing you can do.
Hmm.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's
Interesting.
see. Any other I would love to hear from chat if anyone has any questions on GMing, not just for the Siren Sun miniseries, but for GMing in general. But let's see, is there anything else I wanted to talk about from the GM side of things?
Oh, did you have a favorite moment?
Yeah. What was your favorite moment as a GM? You always ask us. But
There's so many.
There's so many.
I mean, I'm always going to remember
were a
that
lot.
conclusion, the Realmic singularity,
Yeah.
and casting you all out to various different realms.
yeah,
Some
that's
of
pretty
them
good.
about that too.
The
Cypress ended up in the void of fire.
Let's hope
the
not.
Oh,
the final
No,
Water, water preferably. Water preferably.
I mean, I would prefer water too.
Please be the water. No,
Anyway, sorry,
Cypress is
GM.
great water. Sorry, continue.
the final end cutscene with the dragon trying to rip itself out of the solar
that was
cage,
pretty
because
sweet.
I've had that in my that image was the foundation for this entire series.
It's fantastic.
That one image, a dragon just trying to pull itself out of a star, was the inspiration for this entire series.
That's
I've been waiting for that for weeks. Yes,
That's amazing.
Eileen.
Do all stars have dragons inside them, or is it just a certain few?
I don't know. Crack some open and find
Is it
out.
just the one?
That is.
Yeah,
I'd rather
where do
not.
dragons come from?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
you see,
when a large solar system likes the other solar system, there's a star.
Mhm.
But it needs some animal husbandry to get out.
Yeah.
Like also, but if you think about it, so a supernova would be like dragon being born.
Yeah. I've actually
Uh-huh.
had that happen where celestial dragons form from dead stars.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Of course.
Oh.
Of course, yeah.
And I feel like you and me, Trevor, we're on the same wavelength. Because I
Oh, yeah.
created this mostly independently, and every time you're like, this is exactly how that would work.
Yeah, no, and that's the best part. It's very, although it's sci-fi fantasy, there's so many like logical things.
Mhm.
Like even magic is logical based because it's just another energy source that you can manipulate
Yeah.
by using yourself.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't require on the caster, creating mana from something. It's all already there. Each realm is already producing it. The casters are just a way of channeling. And basically, the way I love to look at magic is the rune isn't just like something that you're drawing. The rune is like a programmer's code.
Mhm.
And so basically every line that you draw tells that spell what it's going to become. And so that's so it's a fun way to look at magic of a very living energy source.
But
So
going,
logic.
yeah. But going back to my favorite moments, most of that, I mean, I have a lot of, like, I can go back and sort of watch my own mind theater rendition of the Siren Sun. But some of my favorite moments are just watching you guys as players, and you brought it up before when the hacked stat set security drone sounded its alarm, and you guys flipped out.
Yeah.
You guys were like, oh crap, we gotta kill this thing now.
Yep.
Those are
That was
always
great.
the adversaries that I hate the most in any kind of video game. If they
Yep.
can call more enemies,
Yep.
I'm like, no, that thing has to die first.
Yeah.
Not do
And
First.
and then seeing
But I
the
love
same
that-
thing.
But I,
Seeing the same thing again a couple episodes later with you guys noping right on out of the Solar Serpent. Same exact thing. I love it.
Yeah.
that was one of those where it's like, this looks like a bad idea. Nope.
I will say, and this might come to a surprise to you guys, I did fully anticipate you guys dropping a Mecha Ripper on the asteroid.
Beautiful.
I was pretty certain that was the route you were going to take. I
Oh, yeah.
saw that
Made
one
perfect
coming.
sense for Ara. She's just like, yeah, none of us can do it. Just send the thing that's expendable.
Yep. Just
Makes
orbital
sense.
drop a Mecha Ripper.
And it was
I mean,
great.
you just weren't you just weren't expecting it that first time.
No. Well, I didn't know it was a possibility the first time because again, I didn't build Aura, so I didn't know what Aura could do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a huge list of spells,
Yeah.
and the moment I saw that we were gonna get caught, I was like, "All right, for time, go boy."
Yeah.
Issues.
Of course, the end sequence for episode 2, I believe it was, spacing the Hierophants and then flying out the station on
Yeah.
Adhara.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, that was an
so
amazing scene.
beautiful. Such a good way to end. We all just wrote on the back of Adhara.
Yeah.
That was really good.
I really liked what I was able to do with this is me kind of patting myself on the back. I really liked what I was able to do with all the end sequences to each of these episodes because they all had a fairly memorable end sequence to them.
Yeah.
With the elevator coming. Actually, I don't remember if I mentioned the elevator coming down at the end. I think I mentioned it at the beginning of the other one.
You didn't. That was only at the beginning.
Yeah, the first episode I didn't have anything super impactful for, but we did go over.
Celebrating.
Yeah, right. The celebrating Rainier. Yeah, we had celebrating Rainier, showboating Rainier. Then we had Adhara flying in silhouette in front of the star on the outside of the station. Then we had the ship dropping into the dart throw parallax sequence above the planet.
Amazing dart throw.
And then, of course, the dragon ripping itself out of the sun. I loved all of our end sequences.
Yeah, the end sequences were great.
Let's see. Is there anything else I wanted to bring up? I'm surprised you guys don't have more questions for me. That
I did
I'm
not have questions
waiting for
you
your
in
module.
advance.
I was gonna say I want to ask about all the stuff we didn't get to see, but also I don't want you to give everything away.
So
Right, right.
Just gonna wait for your module to read what all you had in mind.
all
so.
right. Well, I can give a little. I can give a little teasers. So we knew from the start that there were basically two ways to get from StatSec HQ down to the Hierophants, and one was taking the elevator shaft, which we explored, and the other was going through Formauler territory. So I have a whole section of the station mapped out for Formauler territory, and them taking hostages, and them facilitating the creation of Draken Spliced by using those hostages. There was a checkpoint there that you guys could have attempted to bypass either covertly or socially, and two, yeah, I have stats for General Formauler Thugs and a Formauler Captain, which is
Nice.
pretty cool.
Oh, that's really cool.
That is awesome.
So the amount of time you spent getting down the elevator shaft could have easily been spent going through Formauler territory, and it would have been a drastically different game. There was also the split of whether you would go for the nav data or go for the Hierophant starship. And if you went for the Hierophant starship, obviously there were things on the starship that you would have had to face. There was a whole commandeering the bridge sequence, whether it was covert or narrative or combat, commandeering the bridge, locking out the rest of the ship, because there were other people on this whole frigate that you would have to deal with. And also going from where you were to the ship itself, you would have come across a purifier loader, which was a mech.
I don't like that name.
Yeah, a purifier loader. It was just a station maintenance loader that was.
That out in space, though?
Yeah, I mentioned that.
did.
I mentioned you guys shooting it out into space. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was a modified maintenance loader for just loading and unloading starships that they modified into well, for the Hierophant. So it had a flamethrower, it had launchable and explosible power fists, it could pick you up and grab you. It would have been great.
Like
yeah,
that.
it was gonna be fun.
Wow.
And because it was a
Would've
mech,
been fun
it
to
counted
take
as a
with us,
vehicle,
though.
so it would have beat the crap out of you guys.
Yeah, vehicles
Right.
constantly critically hit every single time. Monsters and vehicles are scary in Veil Void.
Yeah.
Like, they roll a critical hit every time. It doesn't matter. If they hit you, it's a critical. And I think they get +1 on the critical chart if they hit you too. And
geez.
then they always get to add +1 d6 additional damage to what they deal. So unless you're a large creature or bigger, so which is like a 2x2 character, fighting a monster, you're gonna take extra damage. It's super scary, which I love because it should be. You're fighting a mech as a person.
Yeah. That would have been real fun.
No,
That would've been
For
scary.
you.
If
yeah, it would have been scary. I'm
if
glad
you
we just spaced it.
if you went the Formauler route instead of coming in through the back entrance to get to the nav data, you could have gone through the Draken Spliced laboratory that they set up to get to the nav data. And you could have fought a Draken Spliced abomination, which is super gross
They're gonna be
and
mentioning
amazing.
that
No,
one.
don't like
Sounds
that.
gross.
I think I'm glad we just fought the regular Draken Splice.
Yeah.
The abomination is ooey.
Yeah.
There's of course the Solar Serpent you noped away from. There was
Nope.
Do not regret that choice.
no, that's fine. There was, of course, both of those instances on the asteroids. So I did have there was a whole like mini map created, not like actually for Roll20, but in my mind and structured out narratively, a whole sequence for if you guys chose to infiltrate that Arcanting facility on the asteroid itself. So there was that route you could have went and probably gotten a fair decent amount of information. But to be fair, you guys got most of the information you needed just from that ridiculous hacking check that Aura just magically ripped from the computer.
Yeah, Ara, I just
Also
love how
with the spell.
we were talking about that too, how Ara doesn't have hands, so that's why she failed the first program.
I forgot
You
he doesn't
just
have
want me to talk about
fingers.
talking about getting a dry
I was
erase
gonna say,
marker and drawing.
Ara's face,
Yeah.
attaching some googly eyes.
Having the fake
Yeah.
mustache.
Mhm.
Yes, I remember the mustache. But yeah,
I
no, so I
love
was gonna say,
Celestia for that reason. They're such a fun species that just they just add so much character
You
to the
guys,
universe.
you guys remember those little pads with all the metal shavings at the bottom? You had a magnetic pen that you could pull them up, and
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Oh yeah.
I always imagine getting something like that and moving all the little stars around in the galaxy underneath and just drawing.
That's
that would be
hilarious.
funny.
I actually had someone who was a Celestia, like those, you know, those little orb things you can touch that like the lightning jumps
Uh-huh.
to your hands.
Yeah.
Celestia
Yeah,
was that.
that's
so
great.
like you would touch their head and like this little like sparks of solar energy. would come out of
That's
your
great. That's great.
fingers.
Yes.
They're fun.
Oh, I love it.
But really,
Or
with
a
all the
lava lamp.
information you gained from that hacking check, that
I was
really,
gonna say, it's like I helped with that.
yeah, oh yeah,
you
yeah.
did. You really did.
Um,
It needs help a lot.
yeah,
Got that
bypassing the
mind
first
drain.
bypassing the first two locks really helped.
Mhm.
But with all that information, it was very unlikely that the station was actually going to detect you or lock on
Mhm.
to you. So I knew from the start you guys would have had to roll exceptionally badly for me to actually get to take shots at you with the stellar engine.
Yeah.
And then we rolled well.
And then you rolled really well.
Yeah.
But man, I had a whole like Battlestar Galactica station fight scene planned out for when you guys dropped into real space in front of the stellar engine, because I decked that thing out. I really decked that thing out. It had 8 flat cannons on your vector approach alone.
Mhm.
It had various runic inscriptions on it to increase its defenses. It had
Of
50
course.
shields and 25,000 HP because
What?
it's a superstructure station.
Right.
And, of course,
Yeah.
the solar lens, which would have just ripped your ship apart. It would have been
You
fun.
sound a little too
It would have been
excited
great.
about that.
It would have been great.
Yeah, this sounds.
Like you all would have died.
You-
Smiley face.
You most
Smiley
likely
face.
wouldn't have died. You probably could have landed your ship aggressively into the station, should that have happened. Crash land.
Oh, Rainer would
Um,
have got what he wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still sad that we didn't, like ram the ship into
Yeah.
the bridge. That would have been
Yeah.
great.
Mhm.
Katie's is not upset about that.
Neither is Cypress.
Yeah, I just want to just fly, just launch ourselves out in the back and
I just-
fly. and-
Mhm.
I want to
Mhm.
make it clear that Renier didn't necessarily Renier didn't necessarily want to ram the ship into the starbase. Raven wanted to ram
Yeah.
the ship into
Yeah.
the starbase.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I just was thinking, oh, that'd be cool.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That would have made it really cool.
I mean, because I'll admit, it's like, as me, yeah, that would have been funny.
Yeah,
Would have made a
but
great
we went
entrance.
with the safe and boring route.
Yeah.
Shocking.
And it
Apparently
didn't matter then
survival is
because we
important.
got thrown into other realms in the end anyway.
But a higher chance of surviving that than ramming our ship while we're still on it into the bridge.
I mean,
Probably.
a controlled crash would have worked. You have a hardy ship.
Who says we control things?
I mean,
Hey,
I'm
Renier was
not
a pretty
talking
good
like
guy.
full
Space
speed
True.
warp engine collision, but
Ramming
just
speed.
punch through the outer hull a little bit. It could have been done.
A little
True.
poke.
Yeah.
Like, hi, we're here.
But that's a brief teaser of all the various other things that you'll find in the Siren Sun module that I'll be releasing shortly, asterisks, in the next few weeks. Available on our Ko-Fi and Patreon for hero tier supporters and above. And that's $10 a month. If you wanted to, you could just sign up for $10, grab that module, and there you go. You have a full, and it's probably going to be a pretty big module for $10, which I think is pretty on par, if not cheaper than comparable modules. So
Yeah. And hey,
and you get all
if
kinds of other
it-
stuff.
If you want, one day we can talk about printing it out and getting it distributed as like one of our side books.
I would love that.
Like official stamp approval from
Yeah.
Veil the Void.
Oh, I would
so
love that.
That sounds awesome.
I can start my publishing stuff early.
Wait,
Yeah.
does that mean that Hollow Dodgeball is canon?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. I always tell people that pretty much everything other GMs make is like canon in their timeline. Because Veil of the Void's timeline's all over the place.
Can we just get like a little, like just a few pages of like all the rules of Hollow Ball and how to play?
That would be great. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Robin, start
that'd be
making this
awesome.
sport up.
You know, I think I would actually really enjoy writing like a rule book for Hollow Dodgeball and how to play
Please
it.
do.
That sounds
That would be
fun.
great.
Just the Hollow Dodgeball
then-
expansion for Veil of the
That'd be
Void.
amazing. Because well, just think about it. It starts showing up in other people's games.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have a competitive knitting. Might as well get a dodgeball in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Combine the two. They knit the net while you're playing the game.
Mhm.
The knitters are defense.
The knitters are defense.
Yeah.
They knit giant scarves to block.
Oh man, we're creating a whole
I
whole
thought you were just going
now.
to do with their needles.
pop the ball. Pop the
There are
hollow
two ways to
dodgeball.
defend. You either make a
Yep.
scarf or you poke.
Wow.
Oh, I also had if you fought the purifier loader, there was a whole bunch of loot you guys could have picked up because it was
Oh,
loading. It was loading and unloading Hierophant and Formauler goods. So I
Mm.
created
Yeah, well, all that stuff's in space.
yeah,
now.
it's in space now. I created a cool
It is.
a cool combat drug that somebody could have taken.
Steroid.
Yeah, kind of like a steroid.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd have to think about whether or not Renier would use something like that.
Yeah,
Because on one
yeah.
hand, it would make sense for either way of him to
Mhm.
be against or not against
Yeah. It's like, I don't know, are you
Using drugs.
legit or not?
ability enhancing drug. Yeah. What does pride let him?
You try to take it, and one of the order referees shows up. That's a foul.
I've used my relic weapon on myself.
Mhm,
Yep.
mhm.
Yeah. You just sort of subconsciously summon one. That's your conscience.
Yeah.
conscience,
you
pride.
could have found a solar tuft, which is an actual item in the book.
Oh yeah, those are great.
Those are fun.
Mm.
Solar
What
tough.
does it do?
Wait. We wouldn't have had to fight one of the solar kin, right?
One of the solar.
I don't
kin.
like you pausing. The solar kin are those like star wolves
Oh yeah,
that you get the solar tufts from.
yeah. I
love
had a
those
place for
things.
them. Yeah,
Oh,
you guys didn't find
beautiful.
them, but I had a
I
place
didn't
for
want
them.
to fight that.
Yeah.
Those things are strong, scary adversaries,
Yeah.
man.
Oh
Yeah.
jeez.
What are
They're
solar
so-
tufts?
Cute though.
Yeah, they're taken
a
from the
puppy?
Solarkin. Let's see. It can be thrown at a target as an attack using weapon mastery. It deals 15 fire damage and inflicts burning.
Mm-hmm. For those of you that
I
have the
want
book,
that.
page 247 has what the solar kin looks like,
Mhm.
and that's basically you get their fur, which is like living solar
Aw.
fire.
Curse you.
I will open up to page 247 right now.
Yeah, it's in the regular
Oh.
PDF too.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it alright if I show the art for it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I? Alright.
Yeah, I want to see.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Yeah, so the cute little solar kid.
Mm-hmm.
Puppy!
Like little fox.
And
There it
they'll
is.
melt your
Yeah.
faces off.
They really will. They have a
Nice.
warp dash
will
that
look
lets
cute
them
doing
dash
it.
to a point within their max movement and deal 20 damage and burning to people.
Yeah, they're
Oh
mean.
my god.
Yeah.
They're a favorite summon of naturalists
puppy.
because they're a beast. So
mean,
naturalists can just summon them.
Unbreakable bond thing sounds awesome.
Yeah. While they're summoned, basically they're super intelligent wolves that choose their masters, and they become like make this unbreakable bond between each other. So
Ooh,
Hey, you
nice.
adopt me.
Oh, I want
Yes.
the best puppy.
they also know all of the novice level spells from the arcane fire spell tree. So that's never
Aw.
Of
good.
course, they do.
Yeah.
Wow. All
I
of
mean,
them?
it's great if
All of
they're on
them.
your side.
Oh, they
Mhm.
have such high mentality and finesse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're very intelligent animals.
Mhm.
Wow, that's a lot of HP. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're scary.
Yeah.
They're not They're not. They're like, oh, they're so cute and pretty until they fight one.
Mm-hmm.
But
Wow,
we
they
aren't
can
fighting
move
one
12 squares.
right now.
They fast. They are fast.
They can move
Yeah,
as
I'm glad
fast
we
as I do when I'm flying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they leave like little solar trails behind them, so they like
Oh,
dash
yeah.
at you, and like this little after effect of their solar dash. And they're celestials. They're one of the few celestial creatures.
Mm-hmm.
I like
Cool.
them. I like all the
Really?
adversaries in this
Mhm.
game.
But fire puppies.
I will say, just to wrap things up, because we're coming up on our last 10 minutes, from a GM
Yeah.
perspective, I feel like I spent most of my time just laying in bed, relaxing, thinking up the story. And once the story came to me, the rules just fell in place because, again, they're so dynamic and malleable that you can do that. And anytime, I mean, really, towards the end of running D&D, I hit a wall of writer's block.
Yeah.
And creative block and whatnot, and I was just not getting the inspiration. I wasn't inspired. I wasn't excited, and I think that came through. And I know we only played 4 sessions of this, but never during any of this was I not overflowing with inspiration and enthusiasm for this game and this story, and that
Yeah.
was so refreshing. To just be that excited to not only create but also run and see what you guys did with it.
That's so good to hear.
That was.
I mean, it clearly hit with us since we came up with some nifty backstory stuff
Yeah.
for our characters.
Yeah. But I would say from a GM prep sort of situation, I think the most that I did was in creation of adversaries and looking at situations in comparing the skill section of the character sheet to the scenarios that I had in my mind and determining which skills and in what varied ways would demonstrate the most of those skills and facilitate the story. Because I did definitely keep in mind that I wanted to showcase as many of these skills as we could, and we talked about it earlier. We actually got to use most of them, and the ones that we didn't, I did have built into other scenarios that you guys just didn't see. So I felt like I was able to accomplish that, and building that into the system, because the skills are so easy to run, because almost everything in the game is a basic skill check, virtue plus skill. The way you modify the rolls for that is the same for every single roll based off of skill point progression. And because the skills were so evocative and well explained, it was easy for me to foresee situations to use all of them in. And I know that's something that I run into in other games, again, D&D, trying to find ways to use all of the lesser used skills. But I feel like we had some interesting uses for all of these, and what I especially like is that not only can you find different skills to approach a singular situation, but you can use different virtues within that skill to approach how you solve the problem using a particular skill in different ways. So I know we talked about the difference between charm and mentality based speechcrafts, and how Ara was a leader because of her mentality based speechcraft.
Not because of charm.
But because of charm. Yeah.
I was not gonna. We're probably gonna die, team, logically speaking, but we have at least a percentage of survival.
Which again was where Katie was like, "Don't become a motivational speaker."
Yep.
We had a lot of different arcanting checks that relied on a number of different virtues. We could have got to some interesting uses of environmental survival that we either bypassed, that we did bypass.
Yeah.
And I think the one thing that we didn't showcase very much was the social side of the game. Just
Yeah.
because it's not the route you took, and there's nothing wrong with that. But going through the
Yeah.
4 Muller checkpoint could have been solved with say intimidation or speechcraft or whatnot. I did if the stellar engine detected you, Father Rack would have telepathically started taunting you and whatnot while you were still out in space instead of when you docked with the station. That could have been fun, especially if he started messing with Rainier. I had he was gonna be performing contested speechcraft checks versus Rainier's judgment piloting in order to try to
Oh,
Interesting. That's cool.
Wow.
yeah, in order to basically like rob you of your mojo. Yeah.
That
I saw your last competition.
Too late.
I don't know how you won.
Father Rack is all about that smack talk.
I'll see you on the
Apparently he
court,
has
Father
time to
Mac.
watch Hollow Nightfall.
Who's your
Yeah, I
daddy?
love how all the various different. Oh gosh, I love how all the various like different virtues on skills though like let you as a player really argue towards your character.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah.
how can I survive this in environmental survival? Oh, well, my character's really smart, so logically, I'm going to figure out a way to try to make a shield or cover something like that. Or
Yeah.
if your character has good judgment for that, okay, I'm going to try to judge, see like my options that I have and determine the best one to try to survive this environmental check. Or, it definitely lets you dive more into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's another great example of you writing in the versatility of the system straight into the rules, because I know I do a lot of that with D&D. I call for a skill check that uses a different attribute, different ability score. But so many people are like, no, if you're using intimidation, you have to use charisma. You can't use strength. You can't use intelligence. You have to use only the ability score that is listed for that skill. And you can be so much more creative when you are able to use other attributes in creative ways based on the general narrative heading of that specific skill.
Yeah. And I tried to work all that into the base rules so that people know,
Exactly.
like, oh, I actually can do this. It's more of a, oh, I actually can manipulate this spell to be something entirely different if I want to. Or, oh, I can use power to intimidate someone, just my sheer stature, something like that. So I tried to get it in there so that, yeah. I tried to get it in there so people get it in their mind, like, oh, I'm not limited. Which hopefully it comes off that way.
Oh yeah,
It sounds like
definitely. Definitely. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we are pretty much at the end of our show.
Yeah.
I'll ask once more if anybody, either chat or players or anything, have any additional questions for me or anything additional they want to talk about.
No.
This is a great system. People should play it.
They really should.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please
Like Fill the
do.
Void.
Yes, and join more and create more content for it because I'm only one person.
Yeah.
That's true.
Now that's super refreshing.
Not a whole company.
Super refreshing knowing you as the creator are open to community created content.
Oh yeah,
because there's a lot of homebrewing in every TTRPG.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
some games are both written from a rulebook standpoint and administrated from a company standpoint that doesn't really facilitate homebrewing, if you want to call it. I know I've played in some games where the community based around that game sees homebrew as a dirty word, and that's not the case in this system. Homebrew is kind of the whole point.
Yeah. Well, on the very back of the rulebook, it says, oh, and by the way, we give you all the steps for homebrewing that you need. Like, we want to see your stuff. And, the only rule, like, I ever give people for creating stuff is, like, just don't use exactly what's in the book so that people have to have a reason to go back to get the core rulebook. But other than that, I'm like, I don't care. Create as much as you want, please.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we'll end on that positive note there. I mean, I've spent the last 6 weeks just gushing compliments on Trevor, so I'm sure he's had enough.
No.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
Never get enough on your own project. Yeah. Um, no, it was a blast. This was such a great first season. I am so thankful for all of my players and for Trevor not only creating this amazing game, helping me through it, and being a player here. Just working with me and you guys as other players to create just such a great story. Not only did I think we accomplished what I wanted to accomplish, teaching the rules and showcasing the rules, and providing example play, but you guys really took this story idea that I created and made it your own and ran for it and created an amazing story, because I am very much of the philosophy that it is not the GM's story. It is
Mhm.
our story. It's not the GM story. It's not just the player story. It's
Yep.
our story collaboratively. And I mean, it's that old Valentine's trope. You plus me equals heart. Because just you, this whole
Equals
thing.
heart tomato.
Yeah, equals heart tomato. Exactly. Exactly. You're catching on. You're catching on.
I'm catching it.
Yeah. Uh. Okay. Yeah. So I'm sad to see it go. I'm sad to see this first
Me
season
too.
wrap up. Like I said, I could play this as a whole campaign. I could run this as a whole campaign. So, when I find time and the players, but I'm definitely going to be doing more Veil of the Void,
Perfect.
whether it's streamed or not. I'm gonna be talking with you, Trevor.
Yes,
I'm gonna
please,
get on one of your
because
games.
I want to
Um,
see what you guys make.
yeah.
So
But this has very quickly, like I said, in 6 weeks, this has very quickly become one of my favorite systems I've ever played. So it's definitely being added to my go to games.
perfect.
But with that, I think this is the end of our last episode of season 1 of RPGs Uncovered, featuring Veil of the Void.
Mhm.
There will still be a few more drops on Ko-fi and Patreon. I have 2 more bite-sized tutorials coming up. I might at some point just do a sort of hangout and chill stream where I go over character creation, because that's something we didn't really cover because I kind of left it to you guys.
Mhm.
So I might do a stream running through some character creation, just because I have so much fun creating characters, especially for this game. I
Yeah,
already
they're
have a
fun to
stack of
make.
character sheets, but I'm constantly overflowing with ideas for this game. So we might do that. There's still cheat sheets and reference sheets coming, so just because this is our last episode, do keep an eye on our Patreon, our
Mhm.
Ko-Fi, and our Discord. And of course, follow us on Twitter for even more RPGs Uncovered, Veil of the Void content over the next couple weeks. And of course, the big drop, the module, the Siren Sun, so you can run it
Yes.
yourself. And I'm definitely going to get that over to Trevor at some point to get that official seal of approval.
Perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm excited. I'm so excited for that. Uh, like I said, there is going to be more Veil of the Void in my life, whether it's streamed or not.
Perfect. That's what I
So,
like to hear.
yeah,
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 I want more of it too. It
yeah.
was really fun.
Great game.
Okay.
Good.
Well, I think I built in our closing spiel into the entire episode. Come hang out with us on Discord. I know we didn't get too many people in chat. That's fine. I'm hoping people stop by the VOD and on YouTube, because I think we had some great insight
Mhm.
into this game, exploration of the rule systems, pros and cons, even if there weren't many cons, which is great.
That's good to
Um,
hear.
uh, Amazing, extremely interesting GM,
I mean, well, like
character
Jack
insight.
said, it just hit a real good sweet spot between a lot of different systems.
Yeah, yeah. So
Nice.
some great insight from Trevor into the creation of the game, and your mindset, your creative process, how it was all born and shaped, and refined. So this was a great episode. These last 4 hours just flew by for me, and we were really just talking.
Yeah.
So I hope it was as entertaining for you guys on the other side of the screen, both entertaining and informative, as I hope the rest of the Siren Sun demo play series was. I do hope you check out the YouTube channel for all of the other bite-sized tutorials, and do come and hang out with us on our Discord. You can find that below. You can find that in our link tree, which I will go ahead and post for you guys. But come hang out with us. It's free to just hang out. We have a few different, we have a number of different channels. I'm starting to say that I have a very successful meme Discord where we also sometimes occasionally talk about games.
Sounds right.
Yeah, sounds right. But we
Memes are easy.
yeah.
So much fun.
But as RPGs Uncovered continues to grow, we're going to be making more channels for discussing even more games. We're gonna be working with other creators and other Discord channels, just linking together a whole network of amazing people. So the Discord is going to grow. So get in on the ground floor so you can welcome everybody else to it. We're a bunch of great people. And that actually reminds me to segue into some upcoming announcements. First of all, next Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be guesting over with the Ladies of D&D over on their channel. I don't remember how I was invited to that because I am not a lady, but I am super excited to be there.
I was gonna say, I think you have one too few X chromosomes for that designation.
I mean, as we've
to define a woman,
as we've determined in our D&D game, I can very easily become a pretty
That's right,
elf girl.
You are a very pretty elf
I am a
lady.
very pretty elf girl. So I might need to channel some Luteth and some maybe a little light side Moriadessa.
No more
Light side.
No,
Moriadessa's fun.
No.
Be some Regina if you really need to be
Sure.
serious.
Yeah. No,
that's better.
yeah.
That's a better choice.
I really appreciate that you guys can list off good female characters, female NPCs.
It's a lot. There are
Yeah.
a whole lot of them.
There are
which I
quite a
really
few.
appreciate.
Because that is definitely a scary thing for a male GM to pull off. Properly making a female NPC that is not just stereotypical woman. So I
Yeah.
try.
Good job.
It's like I wish that we weren't afraid to go back to Lydia because I liked Corinne.
Yeah.
Yeah, Karen was great.
No, I like Duskquill here. Elves can have beards too, maybe. Well, yeah. I can't do much cosplay because I'm not getting rid of this. It took too long to make. But I have fun being a pretty
you
little
can
elf
just
girl.
like cut it off, turn it into like a beard wig, and just attach it whenever you need to.
Cut it off, turn it into-
Beard wig. Yeah. I mean,
They're
they
worth
exist. They do exist.
Beard.
Yeah, they do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, going back to the announcements, I will be over on I believe it's just twitch.tv/Ladies of D&D with some fantastic people. It is going to be Gnome Anne running a game of Boy Problems, which is basically Lasers and Feelings based around Carly Rae Jepsen music, which I am
my
so
Oh
for.
my god, that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is a cyberpunk heist game
Oh my god.
flavored by Carly Rae Jepsen music, and I am all for that.
That sounds so good.
Yeah. So
What a combo.
I'm actually really excited about it.
so
right now.
you guys are gonna get to
know,
see
I'm
that
kinda-
side of me, and it's gonna be fabulous.
I am
Yes.
sad that I'm going to be
Perfect.
working.
Oh wait, you said 9.
9
Yeah.
9 p.m. EST on Tuesday.
Yeah.
The
Work starts at 10 p.m. that night for me.
14th.
I go to bed at grandma time, so
I'm
Yeah.
going to say, wait, this is 9 p.m. Eastern time, right?
Yes.
Wait, he just said
Our
EST.
Eastern
Standard
Eastern time. Whatever other number is, or whatever other letter is between the E and the T at the moment. I don't know.
So
Um,
S, because it's standard.
Standard time, is
Eastern
it?
Standard Time, or
Yeah, standard.
on the iPhone it's called New York time, which is
Yeah.
So I got that coming up. I'm super excited to play some Boy Problems. That's going to be real fun.
What a name.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great.
That's a
That's
great
okay.
name.
I mean, it's
Oh,
based
sorry.
on her song "Boy Problems," which
Yeah.
I
Right.
Yeah.
I know too much Carly Rae Jepsen for a grown straight white man with a big beard. But
That's hilarious.
don't judge a
Don't
book
you
by its
hear?
cover.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Oh,
men
Yeah,
are
it's like,
With your
men are allowed to
Mario, that's a playlist
fangirl
you told us about.
over Carly Rae Jepsen. They
sure.
don't hate. Sorry,
No
Arlene,
one
what were you
here is
saying?
hating, Jay.
don't
I was
worry.
gonna say, given the how much you told us about your Mario Dessa playlist on Spotify, I can see that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not honestly not
Actually,
too surprised,
yeah.
but it's still super awesome.
That's actually a fair point.
I mean, you guys know me pretty well, but I grew up with some very judgmental people when it comes to what defines a man.
Well,
I think
that's just dumb.
That
Yeah,
is a
well.
huge thing, though,
Yeah.
in general,
Yeah.
for the time period.
Yeah. So I am very excited to be joining the ladies of D&D and channeling some of that.
Excited to see it.
Yeah. Then we also have, though it's not as solid of a commitment at the moment because scheduling over like 8 hours of time zones is very difficult, but we will be at RPGs Uncovered will be featuring a Pathfinder First Edition one shot featuring the Lugon project, which I am really excited to play. You can go check that out on Twitter at Lugon the. I can link that at Lugon the. Should be where you need to go.
I was gonna say, it's like, I don't think it's like none of us are gonna be in it except you.
Right. Yeah, that is. Well, it was originally supposed to be on a Thursday, but scheduling got weird, so it might be next Saturday. If you're interested in that, and you really should be because it's a really cool setting, keep an eye out on our channel. Keep an eye on our Discord and our Twitter for announcements for that. But if you're unfamiliar with it, the Lugon Project is basically it's a setting basically resolves around what would happen if you take the idea of Darwinian evolutionary science and threw that into a game with magic and mystical creatures. And Mark has done a fantastic job on defining and setting up an evolutionary trajectory for mystical creatures and how magic works and what that. So I am very excited to explore that.
You gotta say, as a biology major that took a lot of classes about that, it sounds very interesting.
Yeah, go check that out. But Mark, who's created the Lugon Project, will be releasing a one shot at some point coming up. I believe he's finished that, but we're gonna play through that one shot as a little bit of hype for him releasing that, which I believe is the initial hype for him starting the Kickstarter for his Lugon Project setting. So RPGs Uncovered is getting in on the ground floor of him kicking off the actual production of his Pathfinder system. And I believe, even though it's originally based on Pathfinder First Edition, I believe he is making a conversion available for Pathfinder 2e and for D&D 5e. So obviously, since it is Pathfinder and or perhaps eventually D&D, RPGs Uncovered isn't going to be covering, the how to run the game, how to play the game scenario, but RPGs Uncovered is all about showcasing and highlighting and working with and supporting indie creators, whether that's indie game developers or artists or map makers, general crafters, whatever it may be. RPGs Uncovered is all about working with the community and showcasing other fellow creators, because I know how difficult it can be to be a young fledgling creator trying to produce his own content as a single creator. Trevor, yeah. So I want to create a nice spot for all of us to get together and grow together. So I'm really excited to work with Mark and explore his system and see how it grows.
Awesome.
So, that whole long-winded announcement basically comes down to keep an eye on Discord and Twitter, because that is currently being scheduled. It might be as early as this Saturday, the 18th, during our regular time, because, of course, RPGs Uncovered is going to be off the air for the next couple weeks as I set up Season 2. So I'm going to see about filling that time with other one-shots and whatnot.
Christmas.
And Christmas and whatnot. It's just a messed up time of year trying to fit everything together. So
Happy holidays.
everything aligned
Yes.
pretty properly with the end of the season. I think that's about it for any closing announcements. Do stay tuned again on our Discord and Twitter as to the announcement of what exactly Season 2 is going to cover, because I'm talking with some really awesome people as to what that is going to be. I just need to make some final decisions, set things up, and most importantly, if you could, once again, possibly head over to our Ko-Fi and Patreon page and think about supporting. The more support we get, the more I can throw back into the community and get things like character artwork, which I know everybody loves to see, but is super expensive. I would love to get character artwork. I would love to get a title sequence for future seasons of RPGs Uncovered. I'd love to see an actual battle map created rather than the little piecemeal things I make from just photoshopping things together.
And they were still cool.
I spent a lot of work on that map. It was a shame that I couldn't share it.
It was a nice map
Yeah,
too.
yeah, I had fun with that.
I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
It's just made with copyrighted content.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
basically what it comes
That
down
is
to.
the issue.
Yeah. So support will get around that copyrighted content by allowing me to actually hire people to create custom-made things for us. So if you want to see RPGs Uncovered grow as we expand through the seasons, that's the best way to do it, because more is coming regardless, but the more support we get, the better quality and better accessorizing we can have with future seasons. Okay, I think that's a bit about it for all of our closing remarks. I'm kind of just rambling right now because I don't want Veil of the Void to be over.
I know, right? So sad.
But
I'm gonna miss it a lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
wanna
playing
say
with
I
you guys was
appreciate-
fun.
Yeah, and it's just really cool to get to play such a fun game with the creator himself. Like that's just
Yeah,
right
cool.
there.
Yeah, that's definitely something I want to continue
It's
with
true.
RPGs Uncovered. Allowing creators to play
Makes
their own
sense.
game and being here for that commentary and that insight that you just can't get from anybody else. So it has been an absolute honor and privilege to have you with us, Trevor. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for creating this amazing
Thank
game.
you for having
and-
me.
Yeah. It's just been an amazing experience that you've facilitated and made possible. So thank you for being with us. And just because we're ending this season, I'm not disappearing. I'm in your life now. You're not getting rid of me. You're stuck. Yeah.
That's what I was hoping.
I'm gonna be bothering you all the time.
I mean, you're in our Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And once you join
No
a
escape.
Discord, you're married.
Get
No.
You're internet married.
Yeah.
married.
Yeah. So
Even get present.
thank you so much, Trevor. All of the gushing I've already said. All of it once more. And thank you, you other three, Brovin, Arlene, Taylor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Other
It's
three.
been you other guys who just happen to be here. No, you guys are great. I've said before, you guys created fantastic characters and really made this story an actual story and not just an outline on a piece of paper. So thank you so much for spending your Saturdays with me, making fantastic characters and really just running with this game.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much for DMing.
Yeah.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thanks. It was a great story.
That was
Thank
fun.
you.
Awesome.
Thank you all for letting me join you
Mhm.
for this experience.
It was fun playing with you as well.
Oh, good. I
Yeah.
would hope so.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not a bother.
No.
No.
I mean, but that's the thing. It's like you. You could have easily just been like, no, this is how it's done. But no, you let us go and do our thing.
Yeah, I am
Yeah.
the farthest person you'll find from, oh, this is how it is.
Which is good, because
Yeah.
that definitely doesn't seem to be the way the system's designed.
Yeah, no, I don't like being told or telling people what they can and cannot do to have fun. So,
Mm.
All right, well, that's where we're going to call it. We're not doing an after show because this was basically a 4.5 hour after show anyway. So this is the last you're going to see of us on RPGs Uncovered for a little bit. Just as much as I have thanked my players here, thank you, audience, so much for being with me. Not just here on the live stream, but anybody watching this on YouTube, anybody stopping by on Ko-Fi or Patreon, anyone hanging out with me on the Discord, anyone hanging out and liking and retweeting and whatnot on Twitter. I have grown. I feel like I've grown more in this last 2 months running RPGs Uncovered than I have the entire previous year before, just with the amount of genuine interaction and interest in the community and whatnot. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and go tell your friends, get more people in on this, because that's how we're going to grow. But anyway, everybody stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, keep having fun out there, keep checking back to the People's Ascension for more RPGs Uncovered content. And you know, when you're parting ways after an amazing time, it's always good to send out some nice big bushels of heart tomatoes so you have something to remember us by. I've got you all doing it now. Good night, everybody.
We're all doing it.